I can. Well, that took a little bit more time this time round. Welcome to the Kenny Veach Cave Mystery. And for those that are already here watching, just let me know if the internet is fine. Let me know if the audio is working. As I sense there's something else a little bit dodgy, as in the internet. And that does me no good whatsoever. Interestingly, starting this live stream, let's acknowledge it. Let's get it out the way now. Whether Jeff Claw's watching or not, YouTube, Kenny Veach Mystery, get too close to the truth, push too far, YouTube tries shutting you down, technology stops working properly, Sean Hawker got screwed over in the past. Looks like there was attempts just then with me when trying to do this live stream, but you know what, Jeff Claw? I'm still doing this live stream one way or another. If the laptop wants to fuck up, I'll get the phone. If the phone wants to fuck up, I'll stand in the middle of the ocean and somehow manage to establish it. Welcome, Maddie. It's good about your hair. This is a focused Kenny Veach case, discussion, a debrief from last night. Good thing Trav's here. With credit to Trav, the idea of a debriefing to catch up on what's just recently happened, tie up any loose ends, ask any questions, provide some answers. I don't know, maybe some people found it was heated last night. Who knows? I think it was all right, no problem. But you get the odd whiner in the background, but that's afterwards. So welcome to everyone else watching, and of course those in the background. I did do a poll earlier today. I'll address that later. We'll see where things are with that. I'll probably do a bit of both, to be honest, but more about that later. Let's just focus in on Kenny Veach, Cave, Really Robin. Just let a few more people join in to this live stream. If you are here, feel free to hit the like button just to spread the awareness, and hopefully more people can see this, as in the reach. Maybe what I'll do is catch up on the comments as well from the last video. I'm probably going to respond back to them anyway, but I'll answer them, read them out in tonight's live stream, because not everyone always looks back at the comments. So the recent news is supposedly Really Robin is dead, and the death was self-inflicted, the claim is. Now, we had Avada Kedavra that made a clear and valid point. Why should we listen or trust a fake account or some random nobody out there? How would they know about Really Robin's life? But this is the thing, we got to separate it first of all. That being, are we talking about Robin Albatross, or are we talking about the reincarnation of Really Robin? There's a fine line between the two. Now, I weighed in with my thoughts and opinions in the past, and I can bring that up once again. We've got Trav, how we're feeling today. Okay, not as hot today, 23 degrees Celsius at the moment here, 0.6. I'll probably have to open the window later, but just thought keep it closed for now. So there's no sound interruption. How is it for you, Trav? I got some things to tick off the list. Got to respond back to some people, some video ideas along the way I need to catch up with, but the Really Robin one needed to be done as of yesterday. I'm going to tell you something right now. How long was that? It was about 19 minutes of narration and edits. But this time around, I managed to do it in a more efficient way. Just for a heads up, if anyone was wondering, when I make the narration cinematic videos or intros, you know, as you've seen in recent time in the past, a 3 to 5 minute intro can take me maybe 2 hours, maybe 5 hours, depending. And that's just because I want to get it just right. Oh, there we go. We've got Slivering magically appearing. Welcome. Of course, we've got EJ as well. We've got Awesome Destroyer. Welcome. Yeah, so it can take anywhere from 3 to 5 hours to create a 2 to 3 minute intro, and you could be thinking, that's a bit crazy. Are you shit? You're not exactly efficient, are you? Well, the thing is, when it's pieced together, you start off with absolutely nothing. Get a few photos, maybe a few little clips, stock footage you got to research and find, copyright free, which takes forever at times. Then you've got to record your voice, put it on an overlay, add a picture-in-picture, an underlay, background, add extra effects onto it so it's not too tacky and not too static. There's a lot going on. Trav, intros are great. Appreciate that. So that particular intro, what you see, Trav, the one where it looks like that portal, you know, and then it like flickers to different images. I pieced that all together. The portal one was some, I think, stock footage. And then there was a photo of Kenny, which I turned upside down, made it look a bit glitchy, made it look a bit mysterious, because that's the whole point. Area 51, little reference there, military related. If you're wondering what that military photo is, where military is storming a cave, it's supposedly a photo to military in Afghanistan. Just for context, it's just piecing it together for an intro. That's all it is. Got to hire an editor. So you're saying that my creations are shit and amateur? No, I think efficiency-wise, things have got a lot better over time. What most, well, actually, stock footage, a whole piece on that, 12 hours, 3 days straight, just to make it perfect. But now I can do it shorter. And arguably, some of the videos that I have done, narration cinematic, it would take other people a week or weeks. I did it in 1 day. That's the thing. Nah, it'll help you just roll it out faster. Yeah, so just as a heads up, Awesome Destroyer, when I've done these videos, the full-on edits or the cinematic, the little intros, I know I say 2, 3, 4 hours, whatever. Every video that you see, every single video has been done in 1 day. The only videos that weren't done in 1 day was the Michelle Mosaic mystery, that full-on narration. You know, Michelle Mosaic with the cryptic codes, when I did that full-on stock footage, 30, 40 minutes of just pure narration. That did take me 3 days and 12 hours almost every single day. But that's because it was the first time doing it properly. I was really, sometimes I can be a perfectionist, which isn't ideal because everything's like really fine, the little details, the little bits and bobs. I'm finding a 1 to 3 second clip to fill out a 37-minute video. So just imagine how many little clips you need to piece it all together. The overlays, the narration, the timing of it, the music, trimming the clips down. But I've learned some shortcuts along the way, which makes it a lot more easier now. I might not always use stock footage because, to be honest, when you look at the narration, you look at the ghost channels, the storytelling, the Reddit stories and all of that, they tend to use a static background of a window, rain droplets. I've managed to create my own stock footage. When we had thunderstorms in the past, I put the camera against the window glass. So you see all the rain droplets trickle down. That's my recording. So the backgrounds that you've seen in recent time have been recorded by me. And then I did another recent one through the window before, the droughts and everything. Maybe I can use other stock footage in the future. But I like the idea of a background and then an overlay, because I'm sure it can get a bit boring when you see kind of like a blank screen with just text on filling out the whole screen. But I think what got messy was, how do I edit the overlay to last a certain length? Do I have to drag it across the timeline, which takes minutes upon minutes? But I found there's an option where you can just set the duration, say it's about 900 seconds, and then I can just talk for as long as I want, stop, trim, add next piece. Yeah, but very roughly speaking, from 2022 onwards, every single video that you see on my channel from 2022 onwards, from my memory, has been done in 1 day. Every single video, even the narration ones. Let me just catch up with the comments. We've got Crisp. Welcome, Crisp. What flavor are you? Is really Robin the same Robin that was supposedly a spy about 4 years ago? Let me just check something for a second. No, that's okay. Welcome to everyone else watching in the background. Kenny Veach case, live discussion. Maddie, you do a power job at what you do, much appreciated. We've got Harry back again. EJ, like the rain on the window, that's nice. Awesome Destroyer, dang, good job, Daddy. You're welcome, son. We got Mad, welcome, evening. There we go, we got Mikey, following along and listening, great recent videos and all the developments. With the formula that I've got, I'll probably try and keep up with the little cinematics edits along the way. Just make it a little bit less boring. Hey, but at least some of the videos aren't that long. True crime, different story. The last video was 20 minutes longer because I just wanted to include the old video of me from 4 years ago. To be honest, that video, face looked a little bit patchy, but beside that, audio's improved a little bit along the way. Appreciate the support reactions in the background too. I see that. So I think where we start first can be with my thoughts weighing in on Robin. I'm glad we got a Kenny Veach Discord up running. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll share it out. I haven't shared it yet, Trav, because when it comes to YouTube notifications, I'm limited to what I can post. So I've done my poll earlier, done a video today. I've got 2 notifications available, 2 available posts tomorrow. So I could do it then, unless I need to do a short clip. We'll see how tonight goes first, one step at a time. Need to go back to updates. Been thinking about doing that for a while now. Okay, so just to tie in with Harry Thompson and anyone else that may be wondering, my stance on the Really Robin situation. The Robin Albatross of 2020, the return of Robin under a different YouTube channel with a similar username of 2022. Do I think it's the exact same person? No. But for reference purposes, we say Really Robin, Really Robin. M-Cave Hiker for reference purposes, for categorization purposes. Like the M-Cave, well, that's not the M-Cave, but it's a M-Cave. It supposedly is in the categories of an M-Cave. It can get very hard to reference or use different terms like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. People won't look, people won't search, people won't find it. So it has to be somewhat clear. Along the way, I have done the before and afters as well of Robin Albatross and Really Robin. Really Robin was called Really Robin, but his tag handle, Robin Albatross. Tag handle is what you see in the live chat on the right side of the screen. It's not actually your YouTube username. The tag handle is where you can tag people, mention and reference. Welcome to everyone else that has joined along this live stream. Good numbers, that's positive to see. Anyone in the background? If you haven't already, when you got time, feel free to check the last video that I did on the Kenny Veach case, where a person had claimed that Really Robin has removed himself from this earth and is now dead, as in the 2022 Really Robin account from the way I see it. That's like how it was worded. The reason why there's any weight within it all is because the Roger Salter account, based on the language, the wording is very similar to what Really Robin had posted on his community page on numerous occasions. When people, type the same, use the same words, but it's a different person, there's a chance it's not a different person, it's just a different account. See, there was a time in the past where there was fake accounts of me to try and tarnish my credibility in true crime cases, etc., maybe on Kenny Veach as well. But no one could ever possibly replicate me. only tunnel vision humans would fall for it, but most people were able to see a mile away of a fake account of me, because when people try typing and wording their language and sentence structuring, no one comes close to replicating me, because how I do things is more one of one and unique. The tone of voice, the accent, that can't be comparable, because most of the fake accounts don't do videos or faces or voiceovers, right? As for pitch, density, volume, frequency, not comparable. As for stamina, hunger, dodginess, and many shades, unrivaled, unparalleled. But beside that, Slytherin, it's only for hikers then. For anyone. We'll get to that. I can't, well, I wonder if I should try get the link now. I've never really done it before, as in sharing a link. Crisp, smash a like, everyone. Appreciate that. Was there a problem with joining Slytherin? So I can fix that. With the Discord, it's like an invite code. The only thing got to be wary of, Trev, there might be fake accounts, there might be little informants, little spies. People go to great lengths, so there's got to be extra careful about the situations. That can be sorted after also, because the main focus is what's going on at the moment in time. I think that the Roger Salter account does somehow link to Really Robin, not Albatross, but the 2022 account of Really Robin. We've already seen it with the Lemmy Kilmister accounts. There's been quite a few of them over time popping up left, right, and center. That was more attention-seeking behavior. See, it's important to acknowledge when it comes to fake accounts, trolls, people that mess about, the usual, the Kenny Veach case is on a completely different level. There are people, whether they're real or fake, that have gone for 4 or 5 years straight and still lurk around in the background. There is that account called Bird Guts. Spain wins numero uno. Individuals that harassed me for years upon years, certain videos, false claims, slander, threats, all kinds of stuff, probably still lurking now, come and go. People are dedicated for a cause, for the right or wrong reasons. People have a dark level of stamina, and that's what makes it unique. Beside all the rainbows and the sunshine, this case is deep. And the questions are, how far are people willing to go, and why exactly? People want their 15 minutes of fame. Some people have been going for 4 or 5 years straight. People that have sent out cryptic codes, which for some took 12 hours to decipher, going to such great lengths, but why exactly? Too much time on one's hands, but still, normally people would get bored. Dylan Round's case, true crime, people arsing about there for a few months or less and then stop. The shelf span, the lifespan on this seems to be timeless in a way. That Roger Salter account, even though it can't be found right now, whether it's been truly deleted or privatized, that account was created in 2008. So that ain't a typical fake account. A typical fake account tends to be created within the last month, within the last week, within the last few days. And we've seen that in recent time. But what you got to be on the lookout for in the Kenny Veach case, accounts will come up in clusters, 2 or 3, all appearing at the same time. Different people talking amongst each other, but they all kind of sound the same. I picked up on it in the past myself. Let's see. Harry Taunton, literally on your own videos from 4 years ago, one's 257, one's 2144, was just wondering, just because the same sort of name and same sort of cryptic stuff. Could be bots, but still weird. EJ, I've came across a lot of videos about KV just looking for something new, but most don't follow up. Yeah, most that cover the Kenny Veach case just tell the same old story. Once upon a time, there was a hiker called Kenny. He went out never to be seen again, and supposedly he ended his life. The end. Why don't people add extra details on? Because they might have the resources, they might have the time, they might have the money, they might have the big channel, the big audience, but they choose not to. So weird. Now, hey, in all fairness, because I like to be realistic, if I had to make a prediction, okay, if all these big YouTube channels did cover the Kenny Veach case and put more time in and continued to cover it, the case would get a whole lot more awareness. But um, in terms of any coverage that I've done or onwards would be completely overshadowed. And I think it would actually have counterproductive effects around here or on the channel. Probably get overshadowed by the sheer weight and mass of the presence of other YouTubers. That's just unfortunately how it is. It can be shark-infested waters. I know they say find your niche, but it's hit and miss. The Kenny Veach case is technically a niche, but it's a very popular one, but it's just people don't choose to dig deeper. So when we do, there's room for it. What else do we have? I really think his family has something to do with him missing, as in Kenny. You know, on the sideline, what about Eric the hiker? That's yet another mystery. 2016, Eric the hiker in contact with Sharon Pilgrim, Kenny Veach's girlfriend, and said, I'm going to go out there searching for Kenny. And in 2016, on Sharon Pilgrim's Twitter account, in communication, where are you, Eric? We've not heard any contact from you. And there was other people asking, what's happened to Eric? Has he gone missing? Never heard from them again. Now, in 2016, I was looking at the case on and off, but had no clue about Eric. Interestingly, in 2015, Sean Horlacher was the very first person to hike out there in regard to searching for Kenny and M Cave in regard to members of the general public, you know? So besides Red Rock Search and Rescue in 2014, it was Sean Horlacher from what we know of the first in 2015. And yet 1 year after, Eric the hiker was supposed to go out there. But in 2021, Gene Lukowski was supposedly claiming to be part of the Red Rock Search and Rescue team, doing coordinated searches in 2014 and 2015 on occasion. And Gene Lukowski had said, I believe it was Gene Lukowski, that in 2021, I can't remember what month, a private search was done out there, but not Jeremy Canyon. I don't want to get mixed up with the names. It may have been Blackgate Canyon. I said I don't want to get it all mixed up, but it was a canyon nearby, more east of Little Jeremy Canyon. Found a femur bone. Turned out to be an animal, but the commander of that private search was known as Kenneth Yeager. What on earth is that all about? Didn't really hear much after that. Now, I know Awesome Destroying some other people can't stand Susan Veach. Susan Veach was the one that was adamant that Gene Lukowski was a fake. But that's the interesting thing. Gene Lukowski, even if a fake, went to great lengths to supposedly research or give details and facts and numbers. And yeah, you can make up, yeah, you can, but the storytelling, the wording, the placement of it, it followed a certain story, but you could become focused within it and believe in it in a way. Again, why had someone to go to such great lengths? What did people really benefit? They're not getting money. They're not getting much fame either. If you're talking about young degenerates creating the odd fake account, let me kill Mr. account, the odd little code, that's just a following, that's a trend. The original code series, the ones after it, started to seem a bit childish, like a trend, joining the bandwagon, the sheep. So at that point, Catch on, I thought, right, we'll stop with that coverage because it's only fueling it further. I have to cover it so far to protect myself. There was times in the past where in 2020 I'd be doing a random video late at night in the dark outside, and I'd be saying, right, I'm doing this video now. You don't hear from me tomorrow. If I don't make a video tomorrow, something bad has happened. I did that in advance. So there were witnesses present. Following day or whenever, did a video, nothing happened. But it's being prepared, having it in advance. But what we've seen with really Robin, the 2022 version is, well, you don't hear from me, something bad's happened. If this happens, well, I've been taken or I've been silenced. And that's what happened. It's like set up, planned. It seems like it was done on purpose in a way. The very thing that you said could happen did happen. Is that because she planned on it happening regardless anyway? Or making it seem like it happened in that sense? This is not about critiquing the original Robin Albatross. He was the one that went out there hiking, whether it was the right place or not, whether it was questionable or suspicious. He went out there boots on ground. You can never take that away from him. The really Robin of 2022. Is it the hiker? Well, I think it's a fake, but I will still treat it seriously just so I don't miss out on anything. There's a variety of people that really heavily focused and in the firm belief that it is the original Robin. From day one, I said, it looks like a fake, I can sense it. But I didn't want to dismiss, to be open-minded still, and to cover it along the way, just in case. But I had my opinions in the back of my mind, follow it from there. Now, out of all people that could be impersonated, if that's the case, why would Robin be the one impersonated? Is it because their account has been removed? Well, the thing, the original account is still down online. Robin Albatross, it's still present. It's got no videos because Robin, the original, purposely said he was going to delete his videos, delete the comments. And I think Slytherin made the reference of, well, what about these other people, these hikers, creators that are deleting the videos or hiding or something? Well, the original really Robin did the same exact thing. Just because the moment he got a bit of resistance and people weren't happy with his theories, even though how Robin originally worded his titles of, this is it, this is the truth, these are the facts, but it was still just a theory at the end of the day. But how it was worded, people expected more. It went downhill. It didn't go too well. Robin didn't like the negative publicity in a sense. And one of the reasons why he decided to part ways slowly. But at the very least, it would have been good just disable the comments, keep the videos up for research purposes. But no, they were deleted. Now, with Sean Horlacher, Slytherin, the videos haven't been deleted, they've been privatized. No real explanation was given. We just assume maybe because, as he would claim, either the government or military or creepy people, the shadows, are after him. And yeah, it could seem far-fetched, but who knows at this point? People could say, well, what about you? Why is it not happening to me? I mean, in some ways, it might just be because I'm not in the US. If I was in the US, maybe things would be a lot worse. If I was covering true crime, all that drama, imagine how that would go for me. That's why I don't get when some members of the general public push it, say, Ralph, you should cover cases in your own country. You should cover cases in the UK. Why? Why should I cover cases in the UK where it'll put me at more danger? It doesn't seem smart, does it? Look at the Jay Slater case. As it was in Tenerife, family and everything links back to the UK. There are other people on YouTube and elsewhere covering the Jay Slater case, pushing the idea and belief that there is foul play, there is a cover-up. And then some people were threatened with petrol bombs through the door and being stabbed, death threats and all that. Even if it's by people messing about, it just doesn't seem practical to put yourself in harm's way or in danger. It's the same with true crime. But if I knew of someone, if I'm around someone, I'm not going to drag them into it all and get thrown to the hounds. There's been times in the past where other people have been rude and a bit pushy, and what they say, it's like, whoa, excuse me. As in, but balancing act. You want to defend people, but at the same time, you don't want to show your weaknesses because people will target that in the future and think, well, if that's someone you're connected with, we'll target them as a bargaining chip to get to you. It's a psychological warfare chess game. Just for a case. Crazy. Just for a case among strangers, people go to such great lengths. Do people go to such great lengths to protect a secret, to protect their involvement? It seems like it. Let's see what else we have here. We got Jay Silverheels, welcome. Just as a heads up, Jay, I know you did a video about where Kenny Veach could possibly be. I'll do a response video to that with a map analysis. On top of that, I was looking at a Jay Chuck video from a month ago showing, I guess, routes which have been searched, ravines, and the areas which you marked, Jay, at least from Jay Chuck's map, look like weren't exactly covered. I could be wrong. We'll definitely need to take a look at that as well. Let's see, Slytherin. Anyone can change their YouTube username no matter when they joined. Now, it doesn't work on YouTube, but it does work on Steam. The game launcher Steam. People change their names and it will show their other aliases and previous names, but it doesn't give a date or time when it changed. That's the thing. It's not happened that often, but there would have been some people on my channel that changed their username, their tag handle, their profile picture. They've left a comment. And when I looked at them, I thought, oh, welcome. And they were like, you don't remember me? And I genuinely don't, because when a person changes their profile picture and name, there's no notification to me. I have no clue or knowledge of it. It just happens. And then you're not to know, you know? So, Slytherin, in regard to people changing their names, no matter when they joined, what are you suggesting there? As in what area does it apply? If you used to give an example in regards to that. I wonder if anyone else had gone missing in the mountains within that area. Supposedly, Eric the hiker, just based on the online talk and how Sharon Pilgrim took it seriously but didn't act on it, which is a bit questionable. Maybe another missing person from that so-called 2021 private search. Further out in the desert and elsewhere, there'll probably be many missing people, but specifically the Kenny Veach hike route area, there's a bit of a mystery. Mad, has anyone tried to get something requests for Red Rock body cam video of the mine? Yeah, so to send a camera down, but I don't know. I really don't know if they would have recorded it or not, or they just simply used a camera and used a digital screen on the outside to see, like a snake camera. You'd think they'd be competent enough to record it there in the process, but based on how it's gone, it would surprise me. Back in the 80s and early 90s, there were bodies dumped out there. And in a way, that's what's happened near Frenchman Mountains, which is east outer skirts of Las Vegas, the city. Frenchman Mountains, Sunrise Mountains, there are people found dumped there, stabbed, killed. Big dumping ground of dead animals, sheep, dogs, puppies, etc. You had the odd few hikers' remains found years on. And that's near to the Nellis Air Force Base. Some interesting suggestions in regards to that. Travis Neighbours had hiked up around that area, which I think might be on his channel as well, or photos of it. Sean and SB are like, oh, SEAL Team 6. Yeah. SB definitely going full on, as we've seen with the videos. And as for SB Vegas, we've also had the mystery of that weird search for SB Vegas YouTube channel, which was created at that time 1 day ago, which is probably a week old now or so. And he just recently created the account. Do I think it's a fake? Do I think it's a dodgy one at this moment? Yeah. These fake accounts of different people, or these fake accounts representing someone, is it done to tarnish another person's credibility? Is it done to cast a seed of doubt? Is it done to cast a level of divide and conquer within? See, in the true crime community, what would happen is a fake account would be created impersonating someone else. They would be sent out, dispatched within a community, and act rude, say something bad to throw other people off. So the friends associated with that said person being impersonated wouldn't know and think, why are you being so rude? It would cast doubt, drama within, and it would cause a breakup. It could cause all kinds of tension. That's how desperate people will go to try and disrupt the flow of something, the momentum. Trev, I was shocked at how tried I was just getting, how tired I was getting to the mineshaft and back. The place is no joke. Yeah. It just goes to show how demanding it is because no matter the age of the person going out there, from Jay Silverheels at the time, 69 years of age, to some others that may have been 40 or 50, to those much younger. No matter the age, the desert terrain does not discriminate. It's rough. Slytherin, when did you fall down this rabbit hole? Back when Robin was active or later? Just curious. Trav, I've been following the case since 2020, but I only did my first hike out there in October of last year. So I don't remember seeing you, Trav, back in 2020. What year did you stumble upon my channel, Trav, out of interest? EJ, I have to say, that's a walk. I would not like to do that without training support. Would never go alone. Yeah. It's one of those things where the UK is terrible, as in the hot weather now, but that's child's play compared to the likes of the Nevada desert. So if it's bad hair, beyond over there. I say following loosely, I wasn't aware of who Robin was until I got directly involved last year. I went to the mineshaft by myself, and yeah, clips of the hike is on my channel. Although admittedly, I was more concerned with the hike than getting footage. At the end of the day, the hike, the health comes first. The video recordings come second or third. There we go. We got 49 shooter. Welcome. It's good at your hair. I did the mine hike at the age of 60, and it was no joke. We've got 90s kid. Welcome. Another live. Let's go. Yep. We're back again with a live focused on Kenny Veach at this moment in time. The really Robin situation. The claims that he's dead. Self-removal from this earth. But why? Why exactly would it be self-removal? Not that it's linked, it's completely different, but there was another person, but it was like kind of like a viewer, yeah, like kind of like a viewer on the channel in the background that had passed away months ago. I think it was to do with a heart condition, but they were of a much younger age. I don't know how young exactly, but there's some like weird situations there. It was a bit, it was a bit creepy, or there was a weird coincidence. I can't really remember the full backstory, but you know, in some ways, it could be the quote that some people that step into the Kenny Veach case don't come out the same person again. You come in peace, you leave in pieces. I was following Sean and no one else at the time. So, let's see, 2020, yeah. And Sean was active on the Kenny Veach case, especially in 2021, I think. But then after 2021, that's when I think he slowed down. Welcome to anyone else watching along during this live. If you're able to, feel free to rewind back to the beginning if you've missed anything. When I decided I wanted to go hike out there, I found your channel whilst researching. It's good to know. 90s Kid, any new leads? It depends if you watched last night's video or not. The new potential leads or the connections are that the Roger Salter account, which was cryptic and mysterious and hinting at references to Kenny Veach being alive, claims of, as in 2 months ago, a comment made by Roger Salter that Kenny Veach was seen alive with a woman out somewhere hiking. That was 3 years ago, but we've had Driven X Adventures that did his video, I think within the last year or so, claiming to have come across Kenny Veach out in the desert walking as a lone person. Do I genuinely believe that was Kenny Veach? No, the person looks too young, but the voice is similar, so we can't discredit it all. You can always do a separate video on it because, in fairness, what Driven X is suggesting is what I've suggested in the past. There was a viewer request as well. Someone was saying there was a professor, some university lecturer that looked like Kenny Veach or sounded like Kenny Veach. Of course, people can sound alike. Other people can look alike. You get impressionists, you get all that, impersonators. It does exist in this world. It happens. I think it's not just a voice, it's not just a face, it might be the location, it might be a backstory where it's got all linked together for it to be more than just a coincidence. I've walked up Table Mountain in South Africa. Took about 3 hours, but was much younger, but was very hot and lots of snakes and spiders. Ooh, I like the spiders. I don't think anyone actually knows who Robin is even now. Well, I and some of the people watching right now and those in the background were around in 2020 when Robin Albatross, the one you see slivering, the guy in his goggles and his little hat and overalls. I don't know what he's wearing. That was 2020. That's the Robin Albatross. And why would we know that's the Robin Albatross? Because at that time there was nothing or there was no reason to fake. And this is the interesting thing, slivering. Robin Albatross, I think, had at least over 1,000 subscribers, possibly 10,000 subscribers. He was established. I think Robin had significantly more subscribers back in 2020 compared to me. My channel was starting to slowly grow, slowly. I don't even think I was at 1,000 subscribers in 2020. It was more so 2021 when I reached that goal, that threshold. So Robin, back then, the original, had a big channel, relative compared to mine, 10,000 subscribers, established, possibly had the opportunity to become a YouTube partner program, if that was personal choice of his. I don't know personally. And he had a following because he participated in Storm Area 51, the raid, where people all get together, hang out near Area 51, claims, oh, we're going to storm the base. Didn't happen, but people showing up outside in groups. And Robin Albatross was showing up for that, interviewing people and walking about. Robin did have some videos on that and some other stuff as well. But it's all gone now, deleted. Did Robin have to delete that all? No, shouldn't have to. Now, Robin's original point behind disappearing was want to be closer to God, religion. It is what it is. Does this new Robin of 2020 sound like the same type of person? No. It seems more degenerative like. The language and the wording sometimes sounds a bit childish in how words and sentences are structured together. It's rather broken up. And the constant reference to gameplay, gaming, whilst yes, I am a gamer myself, sometimes gamers can be very cringy with the little references and, just how they like to act so quirky at times. I mean, it was an over-reliance on delivering messages and crypticness through video games, which was the original Robin into video games. Not too sure. I didn't seem to make it that clear. But just the attitude was different. Let's put it that way. Is it always possible? Is it something to consider that maybe the Robin of 2020, if it was the same in 2022, just simply wasn't the same person in attitude? Something happened during that silence. Sullivan, do you have any of his old videos? Yes and no. We weren't aware that videos were going to be taken down at the time, but I do have remnants. I've got remnants. It's just a tiny little compilation. It's nothing big, but I'll share it with you anyway. I'll get the link in just a second. We've got Sigma, welcome. Let me just get the link. Because when it comes to archiving videos and clips, it's okay, but it's the storage, Okay. Oh, yeah. And let's not forget really Robin, the original ways where he was like, going out there hiking, really dangerous canyon, and then afterwards it's, "Oh, don't go out there, they'll get you, they'll kill you. Oh, don't," and he's acting all scared. Huge change up in behavior as well. We probably need to look back at Kenny Veach footage from his maybe a combination of his unreleased hike footage and his YouTube video because of the camera movement. All these little details we've got to look at, but not enough time. We'll get to it eventually. Slivering, I'm sending you the link right now. On mobile, I can't tag you because YouTube's stupid, but the link is there if you want to check it out. That's the remnants of Really Robin's footage. Little clips here and there. So as for the Area 51 content, I didn't save or preserve that because it was separate, and I personally felt like at the time when something is going to go, you're not expecting it to. When it's gone, then you realize, but you're not supposed to know. That's why I don't look back and blame myself, because you're not to know at the time what's going to happen. You're not a mind reader. Sometimes you can learn from it in the future just to get extra copies or screenshots. But some clips I just thought, why would he delete them? There's no reason to get rid or remove or undo the hard work, because really Robin put time in to build his channel only for it to be completely removed of content. Unless the videos were privatized. The only thing that I would say is interesting is that second Robin account of 2022 did have Robin's full hike video. So that was the only bit of proof that people truly believed in at the time and still do to this day. But I think that is the original Robin Albatross, to have Robin's full hike video available. But the thing is, anyone could have archived it back then and thought, right, we'll use it in the future as like a bargaining chip, as proof to say we're the original Robin because we have the original hike footage. You know? If anyone's got any questions regarding the case, the mystery, Kenny, Robin, feel free to leave it in the live chat. We've done well, talk about quite a lot in a short space of time whilst we're here. Let me take a look at some of the comments from the last video that I did. Looks like the live streams have been turning up a bit better now relative to the case. Normally in the past, when I did live streams, it was just general discussion. Right, let me just move this back just a little bit so I can lean. Where's Jeff Clark? He's probably trying to put on another shoe. He's probably lost his shoe or camera. So I'm just going to read out comments here. Don't know if I'll be able to show them on screen or not. Just check. Just reading them there. You know what? I'll try and hold them on screen so you can see them yourself. So Jeff Clark, Susan Veach is a disaster to this case. She has no proof of her hoax claims, and now seeing that email she wrote makes it even worse. Literally no one asked her to be the hiking mommy of the DNWR, and her bitter ex-wife syndrome got one of the most important and unanswered targets of this mystery sealed off. So obviously Jeff's got his own words and beliefs with Susan. Do I agree with that? Is Susan a disaster to the case? Hasn't helped in things since, but with my memory, it's always important to hold on and acknowledge that because of Susan Veach, at least from my point of view, because of Susan Veach was able to get that official police report and documents which proves Sharon Pilgrim lied about when Kenny was actually reported missing, not 2-3 days as she claims, but 7 to 8 days later. And that's a fact. because of Susan Veach, a fact was established there at the time. If you want to believe in it or not, Susan Veach was the one to share and reveal the never seen before text messages with Kenny Veach and his nephew Hunter Veach, which worded it as, "If I don't find a cave, I'll hike north for 45 miles. I've got a surprise for you when I come back," indicating that Kenny wasn't considering ending his life at the time. Susan Veach was also the one that provided the screenshots of Facebook Messenger from her point of view when Kenny's Facebook account made a call to Susan, but she did not answer it as she was unavailable at the time. It makes you wonder what would have happened if Susan answered the DM call on Facebook under Kenny Veach's Facebook account. Was it Kenny reaching out? Was it proof that he's alive? That was in 2022, around November time, I believe. I think Susan knows more than she is telling. If you had to compare the two, who do you think is more suspicious, Susan Veach or Sharon Pilgrim? Because Susan doesn't like Sharon Pilgrim, but from what we've seen, Sharon Pilgrim, in their attitude, their behavior, dodginess, is very questionable. So if you got one person that's hiding stuff and is dodgy, but also they don't like another person that is actually more dodgy, it's crazy that. Mad. Like, Raf, do you think that was Kenny taking the laptop in the video? So the, what is it now, 2018 CCTV footage breaking at the healing store, the laptop, the iPad tablet being taken. Do I believe that's Kenny Veach? I would say there is room to say it's a possibility based on the movement, the limping. Okay, with Jeff, face proportions, the appearance looking younger compared to the Kenny, but with it being black and white, that is a factor to take in mind. The fact that it is the Veach family-run healing store of all places is a bit of a coincidence. If you used to ask me, do I think the 2024 break-in at the Veach healing store was Kenny, I would say no. Wouldn't have happened twice by the same person. From 2014 to 2018, it is a stretch, of course. Would it have made more sense if the break-in had occurred at some point in 2014 or early 2015? If it was closer, it would have felt more relevant and a bit more linkable. Sigma, what's the best way to get a hold of you for questions? I wish YouTube still had DM system. So I don't know how it works, Sigma, but YouTube have just suddenly introduced some direct messenger on YouTube all of a sudden. When some people have shared videos to me or somehow reached out to me on YouTube, there is a DM, but I don't know how it works. I don't know how to initiate a conversation, but it is available. If that doesn't work, the links, social media links of me, other pages are available on my main channel page in the About section also. Jay Silverheels, Sharon Pilgrim was closer and more of a relative to Kenny than blood relatives. The relatives by accident. Well, sometimes friends or relationships can be much closer compared to families. Sometimes families can be toxic, friends or external people can be more healthy, different for everyone. The dynamic with Kenny Veach and Sharon Pilgrim is questionable because of how it was so on and off. You know, Sharon Pilgrim's supposed to be girlfriend to Kenny Veach, but Kenny Veach refers to her as a friend in his house tour video. And yet, after Kenny's disappearance, then Sharon announces herself as the girlfriend, not ex-girlfriend, not friend, but the girlfriend. It's weird, the communication. Really? Yeah, it is the case, Sigma. I just don't know how it works. Fucking hell. Get off. Actually, there's a way to add people, but when I do it, it's like contacts from other social media, so it doesn't really work. Unless you do it through Safari, you do it on maybe it works better on computer, laptop, because I'm doing it through the YouTube mobile app. Maybe that doesn't work the same. You can't have group chats though, but you can have YouTube DMs, but I don't think many people know about it. I have to look into it. But you know, it's ideal. It is limited though. You can't share screenshots or photos. You can share videos, but that's elsewhere. Do you have a PC at the moment? Yeah, but I can't use it right now because I'm doing this live stream. Yeah, let me just keep on with some of the questions. Just catch up for a second. Gonna open the window as well. It's getting a bit warm. 24.5. That's annoying me. Veach Discord. So, Susan's email, that's in regard to what Driven X Adventures had shared. It's the one that I shared with you last night in that deep dive with Really Robin, because it was Really Robin and it was Roger Salter that separately at different times made the same comment about the mineshaft being closed off or so. References to the mineshaft, Susan Veach contacting DNWR, contacting a guy called Garrett in 2024, and yet no action was taken only after Travis Neighbors had been there, the last one to record the mineshaft when it was still open. So I think that the DNWR were lurking in the background. What's strange is that Kenny's family is no longer looking for him. It's true. And I believe 49 Shooter, at least publicly from what's online, the family never ever went searching for Kenny in the first place. At least from the official news coverage, that's out there and just in general, not a single, to my knowledge, and what's said online, not a single Veach family member supposedly looked for Kenny Veach. And what makes it even more weird is that Kenny Veach's Facebook account, there's really no one commenting on his old post saying rest in peace or we miss you. Okay, missing person, not guaranteed dead, but still, there's like no one commenting, no family, nothing. The only person on the sideline that did do something kind of like as an acknowledgement was the nephew, Hunter Veach, that I don't know if they still do now, but profile picture or background art, they switched it to Kenny Veach or something. Trav, yeah, I get that feeling too. Felt like they were stalking me, but that can seem a little paranoid. Well, in fairness, Trav, in terms of everything that's happened in this case, there have been patterns where a person has gone out, recorded something, uploaded it online, and then days, weeks, months later, there's been altercations to the environment, whether that be by DNWR, whether it be by another curious person going out but not admitting to it publicly. Now, in terms of where people feel like there are footsteps, there are whispers, would that be the DNWR in camouflage cloaks lurking? Probably not for that, but there's definitely strange stuff going on. Susan was trying to act as the concerned citizen, not wanting anyone else to go out there, get hurt, waste their time. But Susan is basing all that off her own beliefs, subjective opinions that Kenny is alive and elsewhere. Nothing wrong in that, but when you push your emotions or let your emotions dictate, it can ruin it for other people down the line. Nothing wrong in people thinking Kenny's alive elsewhere, nothing wrong in people thinking Kenny Veach is somewhere out there in the desert. People that normally go out there because of how demanding it is and how far it is too, it's not just casual. Because even getting to the mine shaft takes 3 to 4 hours. Any further, much longer. So any, if like amateurs and people messing about was to go out there, some might not, the ones that don't take it serious, they might not even get to the mine shaft to actually be in a hazardous area. You could say the whole of that area besides the mine shafts can be dangerous, and the wildlife, what's Susan going to do? Get a gun with a dart and put all the animals to sleep and put them into captivity to protect them or protect humans? Supposedly, the motivation for what Susan did, based on what Driven X Adventures had suggested, was because really Robin had made a private post or comment to Susan somehow back in 2024 about the mineshaft and what he was going to do. Did that provoke Susan in taking action? Maybe. Well, then you could say Robin, the 2022 account Robin, is just as bad. Stirring it, causing a reaction. Now, Robin had said, "Oh, I never did that. I never did it." Can we really believe what that Robin says when Robin was also the one to claim that he got inside footage of the mineshaft and it was nothing to do with the mineshaft. It was a completely different location and probably a completely different state as well. Silverheels, them guys and protectors of the area have little to do, and when they saw about the sword killer's hideout in the tent, they raced up and restored the area to nature. So, Jay Silverheels, are you suggesting that the reason why the tent is no longer there and it disappeared when Scott Natal returned back is because the protectors in the background were cleaning up? Is that what you're saying? Mad, I think that's why the military wants that land to stop people from going out looking. Yep. 1 year after Kenny's disappearance, already wanting the land to be taken over. The Tickaboo Peak, them getting what they wanted there, is kind of eye-opening. EJ, so what did happen to the sword and tent? So, EJ, when Scott Natal went there, I think in 2021, Scott Natal took the sword. He left the tent as it was up against the rocks, caught on him. Scott took the sword home, and then later he said he lost it. He said he was considering in handing it over to the Veach family to see if they knew what it was, but it didn't get to that. It was lost somehow. Scott Natal somehow lost the sword. The next time when Scott went out there, which might have been 2022, the tent was no longer there. Was a bit strange considering it was in that narrow rock formation, and it was like really stuck on the rocks with it being all ripped and jagged. So for it to disappear, unusual. Silverheels. Susan Veach, of course, is not the mommy of the area. She simply got into it being a distant relative to one of them by marriage. She then acted like the moral dictator at the time. I guess like knowing what's best for people and what isn't. Welcome to anyone else is watching in the background to the Kenny Veach case. Be sure to hit the thumbs up to spread the awareness, to hopefully get this video out there so more people get to see, and just simply join in on the conversations of Kenny Veach and really Robin, learn about the case as we go along. And again, much appreciated to the people that are reacting in the chat and the emojis, the hearts. It's good to see. Momentum, like it has been in recent time. Keep that going. Raf, could you try sending the Discord link? I think only the creator can send links. Yeah, I'll try and see if that can work now. We'll see if it works. Never done it before, so might take a minute or two. Let me see if this works. So Trav, are you okay if I post the link in chat right now? Awesome Destroyer, damn, still live, yep. The recent lives Destroyer have been about 3 hours, so this could be 2-3 hours, we'll just see. Just bounce around with different ideas. So the Discord link there, what you see is safe to click on. Just make sure that you've got the Discord app or you've got a Discord account in order to accept and join. It's, you know, on the sideline where, what's the purpose of the Discord group, you may ask? It's collection, like how it is here, but more passive, come and go, and when available, theories, ideas, screenshots. You find something odd, you want to document something, maybe it can be posted on Discord and then reserved there to look into at a different point. Because on YouTube, it's limited, isn't it? Because live chat or a live conversation can only happen if the creator is live, but on Discord, at any time, it can, you know, there can be communication. I've used Discord in the past. Once when I was playing Destiny 2 in some raid group of 2019. A bit before that, when I was communicating with a friend and back on Xbox, I think. What was the other time I used Discord? 2021 with being a content creator for Watcher of Realms, that fantasy-based mobile game, which I do on the side channel. So I've used Discord a fair bit nowadays. Awesome Destroyer, where's Strawberry? I'm not too sure. 49 shooter, just the agave burn pits. What about the agave burn pits? I could see losing a pocket knife, but not a sword. Yeah, the sword is a fair size, quite a big one. How could you possibly lose it? I mean, it was placed down from the looks of it. So did a person place it down and then when walking away, they forgot to take it with them? But why would they leave their tent behind as well? Was the tent in that state torn and ripped when the person left it? Or was it after? Why did the person not return back? I mean, sometimes when people go out camping, hiking, whatever, even in the UK, these random tents scattered about, sometimes because people homeless, but in Little Jermaid Canyon, it would not be a homeless person. No person would go out that far, 3 to 4 hours on foot, just to hike and be homeless. Not a chance, in my opinion. You think someone took that sword as a souvenir? So, Trav, Scott Natal, the hiker, took the sword. If you look at his footage, you see him pick it up and then he says he's going to take it with him, which he does, but he lost it. Where did he lose it? When he got back home? I don't think it was immediate, but it happened at some point. And supposedly it was never handed to the police and it was never checked for DNA. Didn't set up correctly. Well, I didn't create it myself. Harry, and there's no way you can just lose a sword. Like, how? It's not like an item where you put down and accidentally sit on it and then it disappears, because you would feel it. Mad. Second, Robin had a video in the dark out there and someone was talking from a tent and Robin said it was Kenny. I don't remember that, Mad. Let me just try and think. I'm thinking. That second Robin account did, from my memory, they did a re-upload of Sean Horlacker in his house talking about the events of the 2016 overnight hike stay out there near Pitcher Canyon when Sean pitched up a tent, was asleep. His friend was beside him, I think. Sean was woken up by footsteps, noises outside. He got his gun ready and it eventually dispersed and disappeared. And that Robin account was trying to use that as some kind of clue. But that might be different to what you're talking about, Mad. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into it, like, right now, we'll do it a bit later possibly, but I did do a poll earlier about on the sideline, psychology video in regard to unrelated to Kenny Veach, add on with that, reconnecting. It was 50-50 at one point, and then later it swayed more towards a singular video being made. So I will do that, but on the sideline, I might highlight a little bit as like a briefing, knowing what to expect and what next. Because with the momentum in recent time, and more importantly, the momentum of those watching in the background that have communicated without, in an anonymous way without being too seen, it has worked well. So try and keep that up. And for those watching still, try and keep that up. I think there might be some limitations with Discord, as in like file size and what can be shared in regards to videos, but photos will be okay in screenshots. Yeah, I believe on Discord you've got the settings of like permissions of certain roles and certain tabs where people can and can't communicate. There is that. Some Discord groups, the odd one that I've been a part of, there's so many tabs on screen, you get lost within it all. One thing I've noticed with YouTube, and I don't know if it's happened with anyone else, but like during live premieres, when you see the live count of the amount of people watching, got to keep refreshing it because it like freezes. It's not accurate. I don't know why. It did happen in 2022 for quite some time. Then it evened out, and then it was okay. So it's kind of annoying that happens. I'm in like 60 Discord groups and have a few of my own. Let me know if you need tips, tricks. Yeah, I'm in just for like sharing content YouTube one, a Discord group, and I get so many like friend requests of like these bot accounts and weird people, strangers and fake females, and say, "Oh, what games do you play? How do you stream? What's your favorite thing?" It's like, oh, goodness. And then what ends up happening at the end is say, right, I've got a media manager. You can pay to get views. You can pay to go. It's like, oh my goodness. After all that, so many bots and fake people there. Gets annoying. Yeah, so many bots. Like the gaming one, what I'm in, Watcher of Realms, got its own like little section for content and news, and even that's hard to follow because there's so many different tabs and so many different notifications. I remember some of the previous Discord group had the little bot thing within it where it tracks your account or tracks your progress in game, and once you activate it, you can't bloody turn it off. There's the batteries. I'm gonna take it out the bot around the back. Right, let me just catch up on the comments from the last video. A few more to get through. We had Sunny, credit to Sunny, had said, I believe Kenny's alive, especially after that breaking in footage. Oh my God, out of the way. We should definitely try to figure out where he's at if alive. Another person, Potter, someone needs to put trail cameras out there. Ref, I might make a Google document with everything Kenny related from all your videos and put it in the Discord if that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. It'd probably be helpful that towards other people. Putting trail cameras out there. There are some trail cameras out there in the desert, but they're not in the ideal areas where you'd want them to be. One of the springs up, is it Wagon Canyon or just before Wagon Canyon Springs? The hike route that Scott Natal had done at the time in 2021, in which he came across the sword and tent for the very first time, and he came down the mountain, which would have been going south towards Pitcher Canyon. There was a trail camera up there, and Scott was waving at it. It was near some water where animals would probably go for it. But it wasn't on a typical hike route. It wouldn't have been where Kenny Veach probably would have gone, which is unfortunate. Now, if a person was to go out there hiking and they spent an overnight trip there in a tent, if there was a possibility of putting a trail camera, some kind of camera outside, track what they see, and then wake up the next morning and have a look, that could be interesting. You see some YouTubers where they've gone out to a forest, a woodland. In that case, where there's actually a tree or trees where you can tie the cameras up higher up. In the desert, it might prove a bit harder because there aren't any. Unless you were to camp near to the mine shaft, and if you put a trail camera on the pole of the mine, that could work. Oh, we've got Potters. Potters has been summoned by St. Potters. It would be interesting to see what it would capture. Yeah, I mean, could be an idea if Jeff Clark attempted it in real time by putting a camera on the back of him when walking about, but he lost the camera, which was unfortunate. But it was secured. So how it came out unknown is a mystery. Did someone or something not want anything to be recorded from behind? Because that's where the darkness lurks. Something to consider. If a trail camera was left out there, if a person was camping overnight, what are the chances that when waking up in the morning, would that camera still be there, or would it have disappeared? That's why if you were to go out there with a trail camera, in some ways to test it first, probably best not using a high-end expensive one because you don't want to waste money if it is stolen or taken. And if it does disappear, then it's just more proof that there is something out there. Harry, even in Scott's sword finding video, he finds a trail camera. Yeah, that one. Up near the spring in the mountain area. Mad, I think the SD cards would get wiped with military presence. There could be that as well, Mad. I mean, at the end of the day, Jeff Clark, missing time. SB Vegas, missing footage. I don't think there was like an indicator that anything was corrupted. It just disappeared into thin air, and only noticed it when back at home editing. So who knows what else that could be lost. You know what? Just as a bit of awareness, because sometimes some hikers do get inspired through the videos and suggestions too. We'll do it as a video possibly. Appreciate the hearts. Glad you're still here. I appreciate that, Harry, for the timestamp. That does help. We'll use that as a reference point. This is what the ideal thing is with live streams, ideas, videos, helps viewers help. This is how it should be in a way. Discord can be an extension of that with time. What else do we have? Potter, with all the strange things over the years, it may be gone. There is definitely something strange out there. Sigma, did SB get scared off by getting his footage deleted or something? So I don't know which hike video it was because he's got so many, but SB Vegas, I believe, was going up Picture Canyon, not coming down it like Kenny did. And when going up it, I think he was going towards the mine shaft or over in that area. And it was near the section of where the row of caves are, the covered cave, the M-shaped cave, the keyhole cave, the cave opposite, which Kenny was scared of, that area, all that area and onwards, the footage somehow disappeared. But SB had no clue of that at the time. It's when he got back home, when he was editing, and he wondered, where's that footage? Where's that section? It's not there. It's like, jumps from one clip to another, one location to another. What's happened within Picture Canyon? Where's all that footage gone? Nowhere to be seen. That's the same area where Jeff Clark lost time, where Jeff Clark covered 0.7 miles on foot and 2 photos taken, point A to point B, within 0.7 miles of distance from one another, 2 hours, 10 minutes. How does it take 2 hours, 10 minutes to be continuously walking and only covering 0.7 miles? It's unusual, it's strange. EJ have some camera traps and are very good, but any bit of wind will set it off, but have some good films of the foxes playing with a cat toy. Yeah, the cameras and all that, and shadows and lighting can trigger motion and all of that. Yeah. Hit and miss, but when it works, it works, and it can be quite disturbing, can't it? You could be in the tent, you might be comfortable, it might be okay, don't think much of it, and then you look at the footage the next day, and close by there was the most spookiest thing caught on camera, lurking in the bushes, lurking in the shadows. I had an encounter in the past when I was a child where, when I was around a campfire in the woodland, when I turned back, I saw the devil in full form. I do have a video about that, talking about it in more detail. I don't know if I did a video on the drawing as well, but some weird stuff going on. And, you got the possibilities of UFOs out there. Explore with us. Emma captured it on camera in the desert. And that was flying over or towards a military base. I think it was Nellis. And if it wasn't Nellis, it was, I think, Creek Air Force. 3 military bases out there. I guess Area 51, the Creek or Creech, and Nellis. It kind of forms a triangle, which is interesting. Not far from Kenny Veach's hike route on the, I think it's the 93 highway. Is it 1991? You had that guy, I think he was called something Sean, who encountered a UFO on the highway above him. You even have film of orbs. Mad, there was a woman from Alien Restaurant in Rachel that would tell stories of things, but after the Paul movie, she went silent. Oh, interesting. Alien restaurant. And I don't know if anyone watching right now, if anyone's seen the YouTube channel named The Gate That Lets You In, where it was a group of guys, probably back in maybe 2012, 2013. Guys went out there looking about, went to maybe that alien cafe asking about, trying to find Area 51 and the gate that lets you in, not literally. And then as we were driving along, they stumbled across two slightly elderly women wanting to find a way in, the gate that lets you in. They made that reference. And then it cut to them driving off, two women, driving right across the line, going into Area 51, and then a military vehicle chases after them. And then the video ends, and you never hear whatever happened to the two women. Never mentioned in the news. There's an interesting YouTube channel that only like 1 or 2 videos, but yeah, it seems like when people do investigate or do coverage on Area 51, they don't stick around long, or they change in behavior or direction with videos. Strange things seem to happen. I'll have a look tomorrow, see what video needs to be done. If there's anyone watching in the background, if it's of your interest, just let me know if you'd like to see a possible psychology video tomorrow, or if you'd like that in a few days' time. I need to give some voting options later as well, like yes, no, and all of that. But we don't need to rush at the moment. Welcome to anyone else that is watching this live stream. If you've joined on in, we're talking about Kenny Veach, the latest news, new discussions, new video ideas, possibilities in solving the mysteries out there, capturing the unknown, and also talking about what went down with Really Robin from 2020 to 2022 to present time. I think, real or not, I think that the claim of Robin dying is just to bide time, to spawn back again in the future, different name, another account. It's like a filler. Instead of Robin saying it himself, I'm done, use a different account to say it, or get someone else to say it. If Robin was able to talk about the mineshaft and say, well, if I don't respond back in about 9 days' time, something's happened to me. Well, convenient, because that's exactly what happened, as in silence. It's like predicting, foreshadowing what's going to happen. You're foreshadowing it because you might not do a certain thing, but if you word it as if you're doing it, you got the intent, the attitude, that's what people hold on to. It's like some people in life have no actual aim in doing something, but they use certain word and they can say, well, I tried. I was going to do it anyway. I mean, it was like that in the Nerd Presgrove case. It's the one example I can tell you right now. To appear cooperative and like you're not hiding anything when you might be, or it might not be completely the truth. I guess it's a bluff or something where you say, right, yeah, we'll show you the data, the phone data, and you can have the invite code. You can even come round the victim's family and we can set it up then, and you can have everything that you want. Doesn't actually happen. The plans fall through, the link expires, but hey, it's the thought that counts. But that's the twisted thing. The thought that counts, the actual intent does not match what was said in words. Coming up short, but doing it in that method to appear as if you care or you want to when actually you don't. But it looks good. It's a performance. And maybe in psychology, maybe in terms of unrelated trauma, the bad person can put on that act, that display to appear good, to appear perfect, in the eyes of whoever, but they're not actually going all the way. I mean, the opposite, like, more genuine could be a person wants to donate to a charity, but they just don't have any money to give. It's the thought that counts, it's the consideration, which is a positive. But in other areas, it's go so far, put so much in, but don't follow through with it because you don't actually want to. You can't be bothered. But how you first appeared, you look good, you gain favor. And people do that as a tactic to benefit, to gain support, to look good. You know, in terms of psychology and behind closed doors and possible trauma, a bad person can do such bad things to the other half, but then later they repay in over kindness, over gifts, over the top ways to make it up and to cover it up for their destruction. But it can be on the outside as well. Break something, build it back up. Break something, cause disruption, then shout louder as if everything's fine, nothing to see here. A cover up. People talk about true crime, cover ups, corruption, but there can be cover ups and corruption in standard life with the general public amongst one another. There can be corruption anywhere, any place, any time. Trav, I saw your Superman push ups. By the way, impressive. I appreciate that. There was one awkward video I did where I was like bending backwards, but I had a bottle in my pocket. But from the side view, people interpreted it as something else, and it was hard to explain. Probably not the best choice of words to say. But the other one, what I did, was the pistol squat, which was hell. I don't know if you've seen it, Trav, but I did. Well, let me just double check because I don't want to give misinformation. Let me see if I can find it quick. Yeah, so I got one video, Trav. I did 52 push-ups in 39 seconds. And the hardest challenge I did was the 1 minute push-up, one push-up lasting 1 minute long. I didn't know you were 6'2". I'm 6'1". That's good, that. 170 at the moment. I guess that's good because you'll be more defined with that weight to height ratio. I've not weighed myself in recent time, but the last time I checked, 6'2", and I was about 193 pounds. But some years ago, I was around the 200 to 209 mark. But at the start of 2024, I did actually weigh 224 pounds, but I wasn't doing exercise. And then after that, I was doing exercise almost every day for a year. And then I got down to 193. But for me, I'm awkward. I prefer to weigh more just because I like the numbers. I hate weighing under 200 pounds because I like the number 200. Yeah, people will say, well, it's not healthy, it's not this. I don't care. I like certain numbers. And I don't know how to explain. I just like certain numbers. Being 200 on those long hikes sounds brutal. Yeah. And it's like with muscle as well. The more muscle you carry, that can be tiring. Yeah, when it cools down, I need to try and do the weights again. I mean, this time around, I've not done the weights, but some of the definition is maintained. It's like I either do it full on or just don't bother at all because I get a bit bored of it. I think the last time I did it was probably December, maybe. I've not done it since. But I'd like to jump in from where I left off, but have to somehow try and fit it in at some point. I can't bother at the moment. '90s Kid, are those videos still on your channel? Which videos are you talking about, '90s Kid? Which videos? Harry, was it Joe May Canyon for the mineshaft? Yeah, little Joe May Canyon for the mineshaft, but the thing is, Harry, there's actually a second mineshaft, and it was found, I think, first by Aquachigger, but it was heavily acknowledged by SB Vega's Adventures. Like, the first mineshaft that you stumble upon isn't the Kenny Veach one. It's like the unknown one. The calisthenics workouts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got a playlist. I'll send you the playlist in the live chat right now. Let's go and search it. I got another one where I'm holding a giant snowball boulder on my shoulders. That's kind of funny. It's like those exercise challenge things. I do it one time to say that I've done it. I've got it on record, then I don't have to bother with it again. It's like the pressure to, well, personal, to get it perfect, but then, you know, you do attempt after attempt after attempt. I get like really focused in, and I will not leave the garden. I will not leave a spot until I get it done, even if I'm more knackered. And I found myself that I kept repeating it over and over again, certain challenges, but I didn't, just about all the challenges that I did, it wasn't like I did it, I failed, I came back the next day. It's I failed, and then I completed it, but I did not leave that spot until it was done, because if I left, I would have been pissed off until the next time I do it. Yeah, so the hardest challenge that I did was the 1 minute press up, because everything was taking forever. Where's the live? Right, posting now. There you go. '90s Kid, I really need to start working out. The only thing that, I mean, me offering advice right now, I would come across as a hypocrite because I'm a fat bastard at the moment. I'm fully conscious of that. But in regard to a method to work out or to return, would be if there is at least one exercise you do like, yeah, if there's one exercise you do like, or whichever one's the easiest, try and focus on that, and then see what goes from there. Slytherin, would you ever travel there to hike in that magical place yourself? Practically, temperature. Yes, we're taking into consideration professional hikers and people climatized to the area struggling, and with the weather here and the contrast, prepping. I'll be your camera guy. Mad, how old are you? I'd say guess, but you could guess if you want. At this moment in time, I am 26. Noise out there. Hiking out there, viral. What other comments do we have on this? Smooth fishing, I say Roger Salter is the fake. Really, Robin? Okay, I think in line with me. Okay, interesting. What time are we on? 1:40, not too bad. Probably could go for another 30 minutes maybe, and then see where we are there. Oh yeah, is that whiner? Poly perspective. You guys really aren't that bright because it's a wildlife refuge and hunting is allowed there. Do your homework and become educated. It's legal to hunt out there. Why are we focusing and obsessing over hunting legal or not when really when it comes to Kenny Veach, there's more to a bullet than that. Did the person respond back? Oh, we got Criminal Med. Welcome. I was just looking at comments just then. The ref goes out there to hike. I'll meet him there and join him. Whatever happened with the CCTV cameras with the person thought to be Kenny? Not much happened from that. The store owner, Debbie Veach, sister to Kenny, did not want to pursue it with the police, which is, well, you could argue and say, is that convenient or what? Do I go on long hikes where I live? I've never hiked. I've done some walks. But no, I don't hike. Longest walk I did was, well, I don't know, would have been on flat ground, maybe 3 hours or so. Mainly in regard to exercise, I have just done weights. I really focus on cardio and it's kind of funny when I think about it now. When I think about it now, yeah. Okay, so I don't run, I don't swim, I don't hike. I do simple walks or some, and I simply lift weights. I hardly eat fruit, have some vegetables here and there. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? And yeah, well, I don't know if I can, well, it's a bit weird showing it on camera, but I did have definition within the abdominal muscles area, 6 of them. Don't eat your veggies, you're gonna get parasites. The thing is, awesome destroyer, I'm immune to parasites because I've dealt with a lot of parasites online over time. So all fine there. Once before, I did eat a pear, which was in the garden, in the dark, and it had all snail trail on the back. Nothing happened. Let's see. Let me just get an example. Let's get an example. Not that I do. This is not a show and tell. This is just a quick example, and that's all. Okay. I'm not the person like others on social media to post. Normally, if I do tend to post a photo or an update at one point with the muscles, it was mainly just so I could look back at it myself, and that was it. When was this photo taken? Okay, so this photo was taken the 14th of January 2026. Does it show? I don't know. Does that show? There's 2026 of January. There's this one, but the problem is my nipples are too hard. They're like spearheads. No matter what top I wear, they pierce on through. Jeff Class slacking. Yeah, he is. 49, 49. As long as you're working out and eating well, you stay healthy. Yeah. I mean, different for everyone. Different meals, different diets, different workouts work for everyone differently, of course. You do get those well, without full context, you do get some people that say that they're eating salads, or you see it supposedly eating salads, and when you look at them, you think, um, well, I don't think salads is the only thing you've been eating. Let's just put it that way. But it works differently for everyone. You get other people that are really reckless in what they eat, or in some circumstances, the competitive eaters, and yet they still manage to maintain something. Good back development. Appreciate that. I think at one point, the way the back and shoulders were, I looked like I came out of Chernobyl. I looked like I was a few chemicals away from a chemical disaster. I had all kind of like lumps. I don't think this wasn't really the one. I don't think it was. It depends what position you're in, because some positions show more detail than others. There's that one. And that's just with simple weights as well. I only work out at home with a few dumbbells, that's it, but it works. I hate the idea of paying constantly just to build muscle. Pay to win, pay to get muscle. It just, for me, just seems weird. One-time payment, go from there. It's funny because there was one photo which I had, and someone thought, "Is that from a film or something?" As in a title. I was like, "Wait, what?" And there's that one there. What's the one area that will always be critiqued or ridiculed? Not to me personally, but what's the one area humans target and insult? No, not in between. It always tends to be the legs. I don't know why, but humans have an obsession with quads. Stomach. When I worked at the hospital, the thin nurses were eating salads for lunch. Yeah. Humans always, no matter the gender, humans always tend at times to ridicule leg development. Oh, you've skipped leg day. I remember that some humans on the sideline in the past, because I can't be bothered with legs. I don't really train my legs. And oh, what do some people do? Oh, you don't train your legs. Oh, you got noodles. Take a look yourself. Feel them if you want. Grab them. Do whatever you like. Size wise, all under control. I mean, just work with what I got. What was the last time? I think the quads were 25 inches. Quads 25 inches, the calves was 16 or 16.5 inches, the biceps were about 16 to 17 inches, the neck was about 17.5 inches, the shoulders with 21 inches or so, the chest was about 46, at one point it was about 48, the hips 41, the waist was 35 or 36 depending. I've never seen someone talk about legs Yeah, when you look online, typically people will always insult when it comes to the leg department if you don't train it or if you don't do enough. Uh, one gender may work out the legs more than the other, yet the gender that doesn't or may have different genetics get ridiculed. It gets very toxic. I like to train in darkness, in the shadows, and the progression is silent as well. And then some random time when I take a look, it's like, oh, that suddenly appeared. I am that one example, one exception where I can complain. You know that as people would say, "Oh, you're complaining. It won't work. It's not possible. You won't be successful. It won't get you anywhere." But that's the thing. I can complain and I can complain and I can get pissed off, but I still multitasking, still doing the same thing that I'm complaining about, and it does work in the end, or it has at some point. That's why I'd refer to it as being a hybrid. Not a lot of humans understand that over time, so I sometimes I can be misunderstood. What do you know about the mine shaft being filled in? Well, from the looks of it, Susan Veach had contacted the DNWR wanting it to be filled in, and that was requested, that was done, but it took over a year for it to be done. Train with me. My trainer back in the 80s when I was racing three-wheeler and then switched to four-wheeler was big on legs. I think the important thing is, or at least when I do it, do what I can, don't get too involved because then it becomes robotic. And sometimes it doesn't always, it becomes too analytical in a way. Where is the, let me try and find just one and then leave it there, I think. Where is it? I'd show the leg one, but it's just kind of awkward, the angle of it, you know? Where is it? What's this one off? Oh, ginger cat. He hasn't got much muscle then. And that's not my cat. I didn't steal it then. That's kind of like an old one. Where's the stomach? The stomach one. This looks like some kind of like dark web image, this. Looks like dark web. So I did manage to get the 6 lines, the 6 definition there, which does show. Why are my nipples so fucking hard? Why does my eyes go straight towards them the moment I look at them? My God. I've corrupted myself with my own image. Anyway, I think that's enough of that. I don't want to get anyone's blood pressure up too much. Whilst I might be Dr. F, I can't be doing 2 things at once. Your eyes always go down to the nipples. Whose nipples? Whose? Anyway, anyone joining late to this live, probably going to be a bit out of context that. Anyone's probably. Oh, assuming. Interesting. Very. So, some interesting situations with Kenny Veach, some new ideas on the sideline, possible videos coming up. Get round to it, but I'll need to consider what video for tomorrow. As for true crime, not really much to do there. It's going to be Kenny Veach. It could be psychology. Wait, how is this guy from missing guy to nipples? It's actually very, very possible to happen. Destroyer. Maybe sometime Awesome Destroyer, you can rebrand yourself to Destroyer of Nips. EJ, well, you do look well. Appreciate that. I mean, I think if I was to do exercise in a gym, I would be kicked out immediately because I like to growl. I like to turn into a gorilla. Um, probably think I'm talking to myself as well. I'll probably get the whole police round. Yeah, you're going to destroy them. At least keep one on. Oh, you're a dominant guy. Hmm. Is that so? Is that so? Who knows? I guess the only way a human would find out is somehow. Growl for me. I only growl when I want. Slytherin, that's for premium subscribers, not everyone. Yes, fair point, and we've got some breaking news coming out. Slytherin is one of the first individuals to secretly sign up to only RAF. So well done, Slytherin, for signing up there. You want some custom requests, don't you? Yeah. You want to make that magic wand disappear? Well, ideas. Only RAF is wild. Yeah. I remember there was one person in the past that begged me to whip them on camera, which I did. They handled turkeys, which was interesting. But then there was another person in the background that said, "Can you please whip me? I've been a naughty boy." They were a fully grown adult. And then they were very desperate to know certain measurements, and I was thinking, no. Very dodgy. If anyone's wondering where did the whip come from, blame Jay Silverheels. Jay Silverheels was the one to say, "Ref, you got your information wrong. You deserve to whip yourself for it." A figure of speech which turned out into reality. It was not just a fantasy, it was reality. Howie just had a moment of you look hella like my close mate from years and years ago, to be fair. Ooh, am I a clown? Awesome. When are you gonna get fluffy pink handcuffs? Probably when there's someone to put them on. Not the whip. Ooh, yeah, I got many of them. Now, I prefer stainless steel cuffs because it's more raw, that isn't it? Anyway, I mean, I broke some at one point, but they're not real ones, just so you know, it's just props. Only props. But I did break them at one point. And I remember once I was doing a video where I had the cuffs on me, but they were behind my back. So I don't know. I had to use my nose to hit the record button. I remember that. It was awkward to do. Why are so many more people watching now after talking about 50 Shades of Wrath? That's interesting, that. What's the titles of the different videos that I've done? I know we're going to be talking about psychology, but I don't think this is quite therapy. This is probably... Oh, I like that one. That sounds narcissistic of me, that. You got the throat. Look how, someone says, "Oh, strangle." You're going to strangle that? It's so wet. For context, that's the neck. It's just close up. It's of the neck area. That's it. Oh, now Jeff Clark shows up. What did I miss? You have missed a lot, Jeff Clark. You have missed a lot indeed. Oh boy. Awesome Destroyer is asking a lot of questions. Must be for research purposes only, right? What about Robin? Yeah, what about Robin? What about Batman? Yeah, so with Robin, we've done a debrief, as in what happened last night, where my points and where I stand with it. Lots of research. Make sure you clean up after yourself. My goodness. So I'm still with the belief that really Robin of 2022, the reincarnation, is a separate person to the original Robin. Albatross. Yeah, I got a lot to clean. Awesome Destroyer. It seems like you've been doing a lot of clean and jerk recently with that exercise. Did you see email? Which one? I'll take a look at that after, Jeff. That could be for tomorrow. That Skull Rock is gone. Okay. Okay. So as for the Jay Silverheels one, what you're referring to, Jeff, are you able to provide, an email or follow up a link to Jay Silverheels' video in regard to the footage? Yeah, I can share them, Jeff, in a video because I want to do a slideshow, side by side comparison. Yes, oh. So, Jeff, what you mean is Jay Silverheels' video is using Kenny Veach's footage and enhancing it. I mean, it's important to acknowledge that was 2014 and yours was 2016. So for it to be that way around, it wasn't there to begin with, but it appeared later, is actually more creepy. It's like a marker to say, like when a person dies and then a grave is made, you don't have a grave before a person's dead. So when Kenny goes missing, before that, no marker, no warning, no beacon, no acknowledgement, nothing. But then after Kenny's gone missing, and after that, getting scared of that supposed cave, oh, now there's a skull, now there's a rock. I think what would be interesting then, Jeff, if you used like 2016, your point of view to, I guess, another hiker, providing they pointed the camera the same exact way. It was there in 2014 and 2016. What do you mean? So you mean the boulder's there, but the skull isn't? We can discuss this more after. Harry, at this point, you could be a clone, to be fair, but I don't know your real name. What accent do they have? What type of accent do they have, Harry? If it's a London accent, then count me out. I can't do a London accent. I tried it in the past, and one person who knew me cringed badly when I tried doing it. Though I can do an Irish accent, and that was approved of. I looked for it specifically last year. It's gone. When you say it's gone, Jeff, are you referring to the rock completely? So, gone last year. So what, 2025? Is that what you mean? Right. So 2014 to 2016, The Rock at least was present, but onwards it's now gone too, which is very strange because it was a decent sized one. So where else would it go? But from 2016 to what exactly? You know, like who was the next person after you, Jeff? Was it Scott Natal? Aquachiga, did he have the camera pointing the right way or did he just walk by it? Because, okay, it's not there 2025, but what about a year before or years before that? 2016 compared to before 2025. Sliver and Jeff returned, and the chat finally got back to normal topics. And I'm sure Sliverin is a little disappointed there because we're onto the discovery of Only Raf, which was the hottest topic of 2026, which has now been sidelined. Sorry, Sliverin. But besides 2025, what about 2022 SB Vega's adventures when he was down there? Did he capture that angle? Because we need a reference point. We need something in between 2016 and 2025. We need to try and narrow it down by what year it was last seen. And then we can do like a slideshow or a timeline. Sliverin, I prefer Robin. Okay. Yeah, that's fair, Sliverin, because I don't think I'd do a good look wearing goggles. I'm not the type of person to wear goggles. Jeff, who in the hell moves a 100-pound rock in the middle of nowhere? J Chuck? Practicing for the French Foreign Legion training? Moved a rock? But no. I mean, whoever moved that so-called rock, were they responsible for moving that boulder on that supposed covered cave? How are we doing for time? Not too bad. Well, in regard to the boulder upon the covered cave, it was found on the ground not far from, so it would have been pulled off, rolled down, collected on the ground nearby. But the weight of it, someone likely pried it off or moved it, and there was anonymity then. Maybe they were just curious to see what was there and gave up because it was pointless to do or it was too much effort, maybe, but mysteries along the way. As to this other rock, what Jeff's referring to, I mean, at the end of the day, what's interesting, besides the boulder, is the skull. The skull wasn't there from the looks of it in 2014, but it was in 2016. Was it put there as a marker after Kenny's disappearance? As I said, we can always do a video side-by-side comparison to emphasize the importance behind it. We'll get around to it. But just got some videos to do along the way. I'll need to look at some notes. Spend a bit of time. We'll see which one to do next. Try and keep on top of the latest news as well. that one as well. Yeah, maybe it will be the school one, what I do next. I'll just see what the weather's like tomorrow. I could prep. Going full on with Kenny Veach at the moment, just to break it up to prevent fatigue. I might do a psychology video tomorrow. As I said with the poll, I'll have to double check the poll in just a minute where things are at there. Because if there's anyone that wants me to bring up the psychology part unrelated to this case, I can. And we'll just do a little vote, little anonymous one shortly. Sean's covered MK is probably my next trip out there. Does Kenny's family sell those schools in their shop? There's some similar ones, yes, Mad, the crystal ones. We're talking about the crystal schools, the mine shaft, and yeah. Ooh, giant moth, wow. Oh my god, the Mothman has arrived. Ooh, that's big. Is that Robin? Have you paid me a visit, Robin? Ooh, a moth. Welcome to everyone else that has joined this live stream along the way. If you can, be sure to rewind back so you don't miss anything in regard to what's gone down in recent time with really Robin, claims made about one's death. I think there'll be if I do a prediction right now, I think there might be a reincarnation 6 months on, where Robin reappears, maybe with a slightly different username, another account shows up. It's interesting because you had the Roger Salter showing up recently. Same stream, you had the Find SB Vegas Adventures claiming that SB Vegas is no longer active and someone else has taken over his account, and SB's not really been active for 3 months straight. Okay, his video is uploaded, may have been about 7 months ago, but he has been doing community posts on YouTube at least about hoping to be back out filming and dealing with projects in the background. That searching for SB account, which was created very recently, which seems a bit dodgy, claims to have information and intel on SB. So we're going down that route from the looks of it. Probably need to do some tiny little updates as well, just a little update. Sean Horlacker document where things are at right now with his channel, what you can see and what you can't, because the community page has been disabled as well. Ever since the last community post, I think that Sean may have done was to do with MMA training. Yeah, so Jeff Clark is the only hiker besides Kenny Veach to have ever felt vibrations, which is quite important there. And it's also important to note that the locations are very different. What Kenny claimed to experience was near a cave. What Jeff Clark experienced was more in the open, where you could only really look up as where it could be coming from. For Kenny, being around objects and other items, you can try and find more reasons to justify what's caused the vibrations. But when you're in the middle of the open with nothing really around to justify or excuse, it's harder to make up an explanation in a way. Why does Jeff Clark get zapped but no one else does? Jeff Clark, you're not secretly an alien, are you? Why has the temperature not gone down when the window's open? What the hell? 24.5. Crazy, because even when the temperature does go down, it still doesn't seem good enough. Just need long storms, need rain, rain, rain. Whenever that is. Does anyone think that with time, through erosion or more so rainfall, when there ever is any, flooding, washes, do you think there'll ever be a time where something is revealed, unearthed because of the weather? Jeff, Raf, £100 rock there in 2014 and 2016, gone in 2025. But this is the thing, Jeff. From 2016 to 2025, what year did it actually disappear? Oh, you got rain. Over in the UK, we've not had rain for months, pretty much. You had a little rain here and there, but it's not good enough. Didn't do much at all. You know, the rock may have disappeared in 2025, but Aquachiga was out there, I think 21 or 22. SB was out there in 2022. J Chuck was out there in 2024. But you know what I'm saying? You tried looking for it in 2025, you couldn't find it, it's gone. But did it just decide to disappear in 2025? Or could it have been a year before that? We got lovely Leela, welcome. I think Really Robin is just out for attention. So Leela, do you think that Robin Albatross in 2020 is different to the Really Robin of 2022 onwards? Harry, took 15 years for William Esquerro to be found in the desert. He's certainly out there somewhere unless the family are misguiding people and in on it too. He was never missing. If any other ideas or discussions pop up in my mind, I'll suggest them. But just quickly to check on in, I'm gonna have a quick look at that poll, what I did on the community. Give me a minute. Right. Psychology video in regards to fears of reconnecting, the challenges for a trauma survivor. 25% wanted it included in this live stream, and 75% wanted a standalone video. So, based on that, I'll do a standalone video. I might aim to make it for tomorrow, and then the day after, I can focus on the skull and the missing boulder, I think. But if there is anyone watching in the background who would like a little bit of coverage on the psychology now or a little introduction to it, you can let me know by making use of the anonymous reactions like what you may have used in recent time. If it's something you would like to see here, you can hit the heart button if you want. If you want me to go into the psychology right now, I can. Just let me know. If not, that's fine. I'll save it for a separate video. The thing is, with 2016 and 2025, there's a massive gap in between. EJ, did Kenny have life insurance and went missing so his family and Kenny could get the cash? The thing is, it's not being cashed in. from what I can remember. Susan Veach, I think, was with a firm belief along that. Why do hikers always prefer to go solo instead of teaming up? I think it's the logistics, I think it's the practicality of it. Not everyone's always ready at the same time with life responsibilities. And when you just look after yourself, whilst that's risky, sometimes it's easier to look after yourself than additional people. We got yellow links, welcome back. I don't understand. Where did that rock go? Leela, it's so weird. Kenny was never found. You would say there were bones or something, but only finding his phone and coins. Weird. Yeah, I mean, Kenny Veach supposedly took a backpack with him, and maybe some other bits and bobs, his gun as well. So, if his phone coins were to be left at the mine shaft, why weren't his other items found there too? I don't think an animal would pick up every item and take it away. Maybe the weight of it as well is a factor. But there was that YouTuber, and I don't know if I've done a video on it or not, but there was a YouTuber previously that said they went on a hike out there, not directly within the area, maybe a bit further out or where it was a bit more accessible, and had said that he stumbled upon a backpack and it kind of looked like Kenny's, but left it and didn't do anything about it. That's unfortunate. Let me type it in because I don't think Jeff can see me. Leela, maybe some weird desert people eating him. There was one person in recent time on the channel that had suggested about cannibals and the people out there. Out of all the hikers that have gone out there, they've never really captured anyone else in the desert, hikers or tribes. We got Mark, welcome. I'm going to sit down just for a second, relax the back. Sit down here for a second. Oops, just a head. At least a bit more of my face that shows this time around compared to the last. One moment. There we go. Yeah, I'll send it. 90s kid. Yeah, and homeless people aren't going to be out there, travel 3-4 hours just to get to a spot like the sword tent hideout area. There you go. If you haven't joined already, if you want to. Oh shit, that moth is trying to get in. If that moth finds a way, I'm probably going to end the stream because I'm going to shoo it off. Get away. Get away. Ugh. Ugh. My God. Why does it just piss off? I'm trying to find a way in. Don't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where is that a hole? Right. We'll get closer now. Too big. Maybe he ran into a cartel drug deal and they couldn't have any witnesses. Wrong place, wrong time. In terms of the hike route there specifically, the furthest a deal could take place would be at the end of Jomay Road. Now, maybe we can do it on like maps very quickly. We can load it up. Leela, you scared of moths? I don't like them. Right, the marker, what I've got isn't like totally accurate, just so you know. Okay. Yeah, I probably should narrate instead of just standing there in silence, probably some bit idiot. Right. Kenny's vehicle parked down there. Where's Jomay Road? It ends pretty much around there too. You'll see the road there. It comes to an end about there. I think it's like a turnaround point. So if any deal was to take place, this would be the furthest. And because Kenny Veach's scent trail at least went up to the mine shaft, what, he would have just walked past them like nothing? Be hard to believe that, right? In a way. Yeah, thank you for the hearts in the chat. Appreciate that. Did I get the name right earlier? Oh, Dead Man. Bastard, it wasn't Dead Man, can you? It was Black Gate. Did I say Dead Man or did I say Black Gate earlier? Up Black Gate, where that private search team was in 2021, supposedly. Up there. Femur bone found. Gene Lakowski had made reference to it. Was that the same rock with the skull in Robin's video? No. Jeff's is different to Robin's, just for reference. Hold on for a moment. Picture canyon, but looking up it as in kind of east. MK is where the section of those caves are, what you saw Kenny Veach walking by. We're looking the opposite way of Kenny, because Kenny was coming down, we're looking up on that side. And just on the other side, which is looking kind of south, opposite the M caves is where the cave Kenny was scared of, where the boulder was with the skull, which Jeff Clark noticed in 2016. As for Robin, different area. Just try and find it first of all. Different area. It's up there. It's hard to see, really. It winds in and out. When you zoom out, probably not going to be able to fit it all in, are we? Kind of far apart from one another, spread out, different areas. Mad, who was the couple that was out looking for Kenny? Oh, are you talking about the treasure hunter trails, where, can't remember what the woman was called, but the man was called Willie. And they were supposed to be doing an interview with me, but because they're from the US, there was a time zone difference, and they were quite strict on what times to pick. What I'd like to know is, why are moths in my face chasing me down? Like, why can't you give me some personal space? Nice kid. I wonder how many people have gone out there and didn't record it. Yeah. Jeff Clark, get a grip, ref. Oh. You want me to get a grip? 1 second. This will have to do for now. I guess the other items have gone elsewhere. Well, next time I come across something, I'll give it a whip. Black belt, extra long. How far does it go? Too far. I can imagine those moths invading personal space. Those moths were probably watching the live stream earlier, noticed the workouts, the exercise, and all that. Thought, whoa, we need to see the proof and evidence up close. Yeah, right. You can watch me from a distance. You want an autograph? I'll sign it afterwards, moths. It was, to be honest, those moths. It was probably really Robin manifesting with his prison guard friend. Decided to land down. Yeah, the moth that poisoned Sean. There was a moth shortly after Sean Horlacher was walking away from the supposed covered cave, which is kind of a creepy coincidence. I think the black complements the top. Different shades of colors. Nice. Have you looked at Banded Ridge to your knowledge? Is that location? It ends at Black Gate. Yep. I still want to know what those like ruts, those markers were outside the cave section, Picture Canyon. Yeah, Bended Ridge I've not looked at personally. When's the Jeff Claw deep dive getting on? Well, I could possibly do a Jeff Claw deep dive. Definitely, I could do a psychological breakdown of Jeff Claw. But, Trav, patient confidentiality, we won't be releasing the Claw files when it comes to the leg operation and the healing and all that. Keep the x-ray scans private and all that. Harry, 22 kilometers direct line from the mine shaft. Few very... Okay. Well, let me just possibly type it in on here. So we can find it. I don't know if it's easy to acknowledge, but it's gone the marker. But is that what you're referring to, that area, Harry? Around there. Past Hayford Peak. Well, what I'll do, Bended Ridge, let me get a screenshot so I don't forget. Do it as a video, do it as something. Oh yeah, I'll have to see what to do. The Skull and Rock mystery or the J Silverheels response video. I think the next Kenny Veach video that I do should be on J Silverheels, where Kenny could be, just because of the response. J Silverheels has been active in recent time. Probably should keep up with that. So okay. Do you think Silverheels could join the Discord? Well, to be honest, Trav, there's more chances of the Mojave Desert opening an exotic zoo before Silverheels finds out how to press the join button on Discord. Going off the fact it could have been metaphorical and you don't find many distinct shapes like a hard M-shaped path. Yeah, Silverheels is much more coherent now. But if he did get drunk, it's not a problem because it's funny anyway. As for J Chuck, I did actually leave a comment on J Chuck's channel saying that the case is heating up again, and he did give a heart, a thumbs up, but he didn't reply back. So, not too sure what's going on there. Let me just check again. One month ago, J Chuck last uploaded. 16th of July, the last time he uploaded a shorts. 10 hours ago, he's posted in his community tab section. God, he posts a lot. Oh, J-Chuck Vlogs. Hold this for a second. I think J-Chuck hyped the video, so that's appreciated. What about My post. Oh. So J-Chuck has replied to me, but YouTube never notified me. Well, that's typical, isn't it? It's annoying when that happens. Give me a minute. J-Chuck reacted in his community post to my video. He said, "What the hell?" Yep, J-Chuck, more crazy stuff is going on. Unusual and odd. What the hell? So we got that. He hyped the videos. That's appreciated, I believe. What was the other one? I said the case is heating up. And J-Chuck said, "Hello, Raf. I look forward to your new videos. I've been occupied since my return to employment, but I will see if I can fit a search or outdoors hike into my path in the future. Leaving missing person cases. It was not about money or salary schedules. When life was retired and good, you realize there are people who do not live as well as you do, and some people leave the good life behind even when money is not necessary. One of my concerns was once someone is used to being the boss of their lives, they can't follow instructions as a worker." Yeah. I mean, the last time J-Chuck. Remember that time J-Chuck was in a city and he said, "Oh, these scooters are everywhere. There are too many. I need to get away from the scooters." I don't know, hooters on scooters? Who knows? Ideally, we'd have all MCave hikers in the Discord comparing notes. Yeah, so 49 shooter in the past when it was Jeff Claw versus Jay Silverheels, we had the Claw Wars. But some people like to call Jeff Claw because he's got like a clawed hands or something. I don't know. Jeff Claw. There you go. That wakes Jeff up in the morning. Jeff's got that as his alarm clock. Shame Jeff didn't have it set for the live stream. Naughty, naughty. Now, normally when people show up late, they will receive the whip, but we do not want to be injuring Jeff's leg any more than what it is. Trav, I missed out on that era. Well, don't worry, Trav. You can catch everything up in the J Silverheels Chronicles playlist, which I will undoubtedly share with you right now. Oh, God. These profile pictures. Oh, no. And the thing is, Trav, Jay Silverheels challenged me to a boxing match. That was kind of funny. Oh, no. The video within the Chronicles of Silverheels is the chronicles of me whipping myself as well, where it all came from. It was interesting because there was actually a time where they said, "Jesus Christ, why are you whipping yourself?" Well, actually, they weren't African. I don't know why I'm doing that, but I've done it too many times in the past. But some people who are a bit too religious thought, "My goodness, stop whipping yourself." And it's like, I'm a professional whip artist. I've got a PhD in whipology. I do know what I'm doing. I'm not causing that much damage. Jay Silverheels, the craziest Kenny Veach investigator. Jay Silverheels. Oh no. Jay Silverheels' spiritual awakening. What else was there? Jay Silverheels on fire. Jeff Claw. Jay Chuck bowing down to Sean Hall like a chain of command. The M Cave disciples. Oh no. Hiker Silverpeng giving the silent treatment. Oh, that's when he had the penguin. Jay Silverheels in the past was what did Jay Silverheels do? He said, "I'm Muhammad Ali on the mountaintop." He said that. Why is there a video of Jay Chuck eating food? Why have I added that into the playlist when it's not a part of it? Right, let's read that one. Jeff Clark will be eating a frozen pizza shortly. Good luck. Automatic dubbing illegible. God, is my wording so bad? Is J Chuck jacked? I don't know. Leela, or is that just fake video of someone else stealing? What about the videos that go around of Kenny breaking in a house stealing stuff? Was that legit? I've never seen that Leela, as in a house. I've only seen the healing store. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be showing the playlist. Whoops. Sorry, Trav. Keeping you waiting. Give me a moment. Jeff won't be using his pizza cutter, he'll be using his claw to be cutting through it, won't he? There's the Chronicles of Silver Heels, also known as Silver Wheels. It was, I think, which one was it now? I can't remember if it was the 2020 Robin or if it was the 2022 Robin, but one of the accounts had brought it up about when it comes to nighttime, that's when the reptilians come out of the mine shaft and the crevices, they come out in the dark. J Chuck was loving those Superman push-ups, was he? I think he liked the update photos of the muscle because it helps encourage him to uh, do some exercise or something. Leela, I seen a video. They thought it was Kenny. It's on YouTube as well, saying he broke into steal money by his family. Well, I've never seen that before. Do you have the link, Leela, or maybe the title of the video? Jeff Clark, way too many coincidences and oddities out there. Jeff Clark, does your pizza have any anomaly toppings? Trav, I'm going to try those Superman push-ups after this. I'll post it somewhere. Oh, the one push-ups which I can't do now, it was like I was able to do it at one point and then randomly I couldn't do it again. And that's even after losing weight, is the Inca push-up where you jump up off the ground and you bring your knees up to your stomach or chest and you use your hands to tap your knees and then you land back down on the ground. I can't do that anymore. I was able to do it at the time, but I can't do it anymore. I don't know if it was a technique, I have no clue, but I could do the Inca push up. I can do the clap push up. I can do the Superman clap push up combo. Personally, I think the more fancy and visual, just a basic pull up, push up will do, but you know. The other hard one, Trav, I would say, wasn't a push up, but it's where I was on my tiptoes and I was bending my knees forwards as I was leaning all the way back, like the Matrix. And I almost went all the way back, leaning back close to the ground where I was still on my tiptoes with my knees bent. That took quite a few attempts to get it just right. The other one, what I did, where people said you'd probably rupture or tear your ACL, is when I was on my knees, not to be taken out of context, and I leant back. I bent my back all the way back to the ground with my knees bent. There was that. One-off things here and there, not causing any damage or long-term injury, just to say, done it, giving it a little go. Leela, you shared it yourself, complete. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the healing store. I thought you were talking about something else, like a house. No, the healing store was a business. Mm. But that healing store was robbed in 2024 as well. The interesting thing is that healing store, the CCTV footage, it originated on GLP, Godlike Productions, linking it with Kenny Veach. Then I was the very first person to release, edit, and compare on YouTube about it. And then that was, I think, in 2021, which after posting it, that's when Susan Veach came in. It's like I summoned her because of that CCTV footage. And then from there on afterwards, and even present time, people come up to me and say, "Hey, Raf, did you hear? Did you see the CCTV footage?" And I'm like, "You do know I'm the one to have released and analyzed it first on YouTube, so yeah, I do know because I made the video." But hardly anyone knows. It's crazy. Most people that hear about it is either from the documentary of Kenny Veach or maybe what Susan has said. Crazy the lack of awareness, to be honest. Jeff Clark Raff will give a prize to anyone who spots my boulder after 2016. What a free one-on-one consultation with Dr. Raff, free of charge, VIP treatment. Is that what you're saying? Oh, Jeff Clark. Play a game of bingo. Leela, I thought it was at his family's house. No, it's his family-related run business. The guy in the long hair in the desert with the long hair. Yeah, Leela, that's what Driven X Adventures did coverage on. Touched upon that last night. Me personally, it doesn't look like Kenny, but it kind of sounds like him. I can do a video on that at some point. Okay. So, I think we're reaching a bit of a head now. So shortly, I'm going to do a countdown from 20 to 0. Any questions, final questions, or points, you can leave them in the chat as I count down. And then once I've counted down to 0, we'll just see where we are, if anyone's left watching or not, and if anyone wants a bit of psychology for about 20, 15, 20, 30 minutes. And then we'll call it a day then, okay? So I'll do my countdown in just a second, but just want to say shout out to everyone that has come along and watched. And there's a good amount of people watching as well. Very good. Arguably, it's because of the title of this video. Let's be honest, Kenny Veach. I don't like using the term latest news too often, but technically it is the latest news. Use that as a placeholder title with a subheading attached with it. I don't want it to be misleading or anything, but you want as much awareness as possible. So there has been latest news, the latest video ideas, and if you're joining late and you want to learn more about it, be sure to rewind back to the beginning, or at least about 30 to 40 minutes earlier, and you'll catch it. Driven is the male version of Susan and is just posting for clicks. But in all fairness, once again, even if you don't like the person, it's Driven X Adventures that provided the footage of the mineshaft being filled in, which actually helped us massively because now we know the timeline difference, the time difference of when it was filled in and when it wasn't is by 1 month. Without Driven X Adventures, if someone went there months, years on, it might be a bit of an exaggeration now, it would be like, okay, Travis was there October 2025, someone else got there 2026, just as an example. And it's like, well, many months have passed in between. Do we know exactly when it happened? Somewhere in between 2025 and months on. But in the case with Driven, being present, found out that it was much shorter, the difference, which it benefits us. Who is that other person? Just a viewer. I remember there was another long-time viewer and involved in the Kenny Veach case. I think they had a profile picture, maybe in cartoon, they had blonde hair, and I think they were they called Leanne? Can't remember. Just randomly come to my mind now. I mean, there was one point where Driven didn't like my coverage, but I couldn't remember why. And I remember there was some viewers saying that they kept making references to me, whatever, but then it was ironed out afterwards and it went to normal. No problem there, so that's fine. He'll say a sentence that just doesn't make sense at all. Right. Okay. So I'm satisfied with where we've got tonight. New video ideas on top of everything. What I will say is, before I do my countdown, expect a Kenny Veach video, definitely, not guaranteed tomorrow, but definitely the day after, providing there's no technical issues or sudden events or changes. I will be doing it the day after. So that'll be what, Tuesday or something. And I'll do coverage on Jay Silverheels and where he thinks Kenny Veach is likely to be found at, and my thoughts and opinions on that. And then the day after, or the day after that, I'll do the coverage with reference to Jeff Claw, the rock, the cave, and all that. And then maybe after that, I'll do coverage with what Harry mentioned about that other ridge further on north, and just tick it off the list bit by bit. Ideally, I should be doing short clips as well, but yeah, even though the short clips would take more time to, you know, make it short but clear, I don't tend to do that. As for tomorrow, I do feel in the mood to do a psychology video tomorrow because it helps break everything else up in between. Take care, Trav. So yeah, I'm going to do the countdown now. If anyone has joined late, I'm going to do a countdown now, and once I reach 0, that'll be mostly it for tonight in regards to Kenny Veach and M Cave, but I might spend a few minutes or so after time, after dark, whatever you want to call it, touching upon some other stuff which is not relevant to Kenny or M Cave. I just want to make that clear. So if you need to go or do anything, feel free to do so. I'm going to be talking about some other separate stuff. Just wanted to give that disclaimer right now so you're aware. If you do join late, if you've joined now and you want to hear more about Kenny Veach, just rewind back to the beginning of this video, okay? But I do feel like I'm ready for a psychology video tomorrow. I think it's important to pace it and have it in the exact order because whilst it's not planned in advance, everything has fell into place perfectly. When I look back at the order of the psychology videos, from the origins to every single little problem or challenge, the backstory, the healing, the perspective, it just, when you look back at it overall, it actually follows a certain order and a certain level of movement. So for anyone to have watched those videos on and off, or if you've watched them all, if you've watched them passively and you found yourself here, you've made progress in parallel to the progress of the videos being made with a certain order. And the important thing is, if you want to rewatch one of the videos or look back, you can. And rewatching or looking back at previous videos does not mean progress lost or going backwards. It just means making sure there's no stones left unturned and just rechecking, because it's not linear healing. You can go in whatever direction you want. The most important thing is the videos are all out there now, so you just pick out and choose the ones you need, what you want, and hopefully some of the videos along the way do have a healing or releasing effect in between, on and off. So before I go any further, I'll just do my countdown now in regard to Kenny Veach, and then we'll call it a day there, okay? 20. If there's any final comments, questions, feel free to leave it in the chat. 20, 19, 18, sleep well, Slytherin, 17, 16, 15, 14. Leela, going to bed, have a great night. You too as well. Take care, Harry. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Appreciate that. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Michaela, well, well, well. I see your hair. I do hope, Michaela, those glasses are not going to steam up this time round. 7, 6. Sleep well, EJ. 5, 4, 3. Leela, that's the girl you mentioned, right? No, there was another person. They were called Leanne, and I think they were from Norway. Michaela, hello and good night. All in one sentence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. So, now we're in the overtime section. I said, if anyone joins late and you're wanting to learn about Kenny Veach or MCave, be sure to rewind back. In regard to those conversations right now, we've concluded. What I'm going to be talking about now is off subject, unrelated to Kenny and MCave. I'll touch upon it lightly, or I'll touch upon it as much as people want or in the background. So let me just go back over the emojis briefly. The 100 emoji can mean I agree, I relate. The shocked face can mean no, in response to something. The confetti can mean processing it, elaborate. The smiley face can mean yes, in response to something, yes. Like, do you have black hair? Yes or no. Is your hair rather long? Yes, no. Just examples. The heart can mean you feel me, as in whatever I'm saying, it's connecting to you in a way. Okay? So, as for the upcoming psychology videos, specifically focused on trauma, PTSD, the reconnection process, the timing of when that happens, is there a time? Is there a right place, a right time? Maybe not. Find my boulder. We'll look into that, Jeff. So, does a survivor find themselves wanting to reconnect but wondering when is the right time to do it? Is it a matter of having to resolve the background noise, having to free oneself out of isolation to then feel ready or more so deserving of connecting? Is it along the lines of that, or could there be possible other reasons? Hopefully this is in sync with the pace what people are watching at. I'm looking out for the reactions on the side if you want me to continue or just stop there. Okay? Okay. So, it's different for everyone. The thing is, what's different about reconnecting or the thought of reconnecting now compared to at a time earlier when straight up being around or with someone to some capacity. Back then, it wasn't about reconnecting because you were already around someone. But the idea within, as in progressing and stuck with in real life stuff, challenges there, feeling like for one thing to happen, another thing needs to be resolved. Is it possible that, as an example alone, a therapist could say, you're not allowed or it's not advised to be in the presence of others or to be in a relationship until one is healed, whilst it's a form of professional advice for a survivor that's surviving, trying to heal, but also in a unique situation or encounter, a lot of decisions may need to be made. But there's a difference between then and now. Now, it may feel like things have been lost, but it's been simplified more so. Simplified as in the one thing to do now or consider would just be to connect before anything else happens. Is that a possibility? Let me just sit down for a second, monitor, and see if it's on track, if people agree or not. Hmm. Hmm. One second. Okay. So maybe that doesn't apply. See, the importance with reconnection is that there was already something in place, but due to background, due to external factors, out of the reach and the realm of that other new person you were wanting the presence of, had got in the way. The reconnection phase is down to a personal choice and decision when a person feels ready, but if in conflict with when is the right time for it to be ready, does it have to be on par or the same with the past in the form of progress? Can only progress further when other issues are resolved, which may have felt like a million miles off. But the difference in this situation is reconnection does not have to yield high demands or high expectations or some kind of deep, overwhelming commitment. Simply reconnecting can simply mean reaching out with a low pressure, low demanding message without much follow up, without many consequences. It all comes down to trust. Besides trying to retrust your own heart, do you trust that other person? Do you trust how they handle it and how they respond and how they deal with it in the moment? Anyway, it does seem a bit quiet, so I can leave it for now if that's what's needed and leave it for a separate video possibly tomorrow. Anything else within the chat? Okay. So you want me to elaborate? You want me to elaborate right now on that? Elaborate or process? Well, what I'll do, I'll hold off for a minute or so just to let you process what's just been said. I'll give you a moment. I'll look at the chat down there so then I don't miss anything. Actually, will it show on mobile the reactions? Don't know if it will. It might not show. Last time round, I used a different device, didn't I? Take care, Leela. Yeah, make sure to get some sleep. Okay. Okay, so we've given it a bit of time. Would you want me to continue now or leave it there? I just hope that things are in sync with everything. Okay. Okay. Oh, we've got Key West as well. Welcome, Key West. As said, what's talked about here will be talked about in a polished video, okay, as a pre-recorded one. But right now, it can be done as like a briefing, because the thing is, I've already done a video about environment, controlling the environment that you're in, even if you're trapped, even if surrounded by toxic family, toxic friends, toxic demands, toxic clients, workload, catch up, frozen, heavy, still, finding pockets to breathe, to calm, to then make decisions. Once reaching that is considering the risk to reward ratio. It's not about being negative, it's about being realistic. Oh, we got Mark, welcome. Got to highlight the fears. I've already done a video in the past about the fears from a survivor's point of view to a new relationship, in which the positives are deemed as fears. The positive qualities are deemed as fears. Why? Because it's too good to be true. They've seen it before, waiting for the other shoe to drop off. And this person's nice. So what? Previous partner was nice too. Look what they did to me after. I'm just giving monologue. And this new person is kind and compliments a lot. So what? Person in the past did the same thing, and it worked on me. Not literally me, but survivor. Worked on them, melted them down, and then taken advantage. Gonna happen again? But that doubt, that fear, it's not the heart talking within the survivor, it's the trauma talking within the brain. It's not the survivor thinking less of this new person, it's the trauma almost minimizing this new individual who's actually the real deal. And the only way it can show is through consistency if that survivor lets it happen, as in consistency with time. But if there is something unexpected, a twist, a freeze, a shutdown, whatever it is, it can feel like things are jeopardized and ruined in a sense. And then at some point, there might be that desire to want to reconnect, to try and catch up where things last left off. But in reconnecting the wrong way, it can lead to an unbearable amount of pressure, weight, guilt, and possible self negative talk. There might be a belief within some they don't deserve to reconnect in the first place for how they've handled previous situations. They may feel that how will the other person respond? How will they react? How are they coping right now during this absence? Not wanting to see the supposed damage that may have been created by the hands of the survivor, in their mind at least. The fear can stem back to being on both sides of the situation in a way, being on the receiving end in the past of possible silence, cold treatment by a controlling partner, to now being the one struggling, suffering, and the trauma response indirectly causes the distance with a new connection, and the survivor feels to blame for it. Yet, the survivor never asked for that response or that sudden flare up. Does reconnecting have to apply in the same format as establishing a connection from day one? As in, have to be 100% healed in order to do something? No. Reconnecting doesn't have to mean reconnecting to the very point where you last left off. It can just simply mean reaching out with a very small message, a very small sign, a very small hi, and that is it. Without any demands, without any pressure, without any full on commitment. But the only thing that needs to be done is for that so called message to be real, not fake, not bubbly, not over the top, not really positive, just real. You can say as much or as little as you want if that's what you choose to do. It could be a way of retrusting the heart. It could be a way of just releasing some energy of everything you wanted to do, everything you wanted to say, but never could find the time or the way on how to. There can be a way around it. Not everything has to be said in one message. Not everything has to be explained in one go. Maybe a survivor has tried it in the past and it didn't quite work, or maybe the other person responded back too full on. But the thing is, as time goes on, the other individual may just simply learn with patience and find a new form of understanding, as in, well, the length of time it's gone on for, clearly it's something serious, possibly severe, meaning a better understanding and patience. It all comes down to, naturally, besides all the roadblocks, what does the survivor want? Now, I'll slow down. If anyone needs to process, just let me know. time are we on? Where did I put the fan? Ooh, okay. So I might have to end the stream in about 5 minutes because it is very late. I can always do a countdown, but if there's any more points you want me to touch upon, or if you wanted me to summarize anything to do with the past instead of the present, now's the time to let me know. As in anything covered past-wise, past struggles, and anything to do with toxic family, anything to do with Frozen, anything to do with a bubble, anything to do with how to deal with friends in the background, who to reach out first, who to contact first, anything like that. Just let me know. If not, I can leave it there. But that's up to you. The last few videos that I did was that little guessing game, or that little guessing thing, wasn't it? Where I said, I can sense that there is somebody watching. I can sense that there is a particular person present. Is there any more hints, any more clues that I could come to? Oh, I thought of one. I sense that there is the presence of someone in the background that is Aquarius. Yes. Okay. Let me just see. I sense that there is a person right here, and their birthday falls on the 8th of February. What else could I think of? No, I can't really think of any others. I sense I sense there is someone watching that supports Manchester United. What other guesses, what other hints could I predict? I'm trying to think of examples, but my mind is going blank. Sorry, it looks like I'm trying to climb through the screen there. No way, I'm not going to climb through the screen. I'm not going to jump out, don't worry. What can I think of on the spot? I can sense that there is a presence of someone that is biting their lips right now. Harry says, damn. Oh, Harry, stop biting your lip. Hmm. What's another one? I sensed the presence of someone that was into the small crackers, biscuits, which were a certain flavor of chili, and then stopped eating them. And someone that likes Buenos but would never share them. Am I correct? Probably oddly specific details, these. But I think of, general ones. Okay. It looks like my fortune telling isn't working tonight. Oh well. Guess my crystal ball isn't shiny enough. Never mind. Anyway, I think that's pretty much it there. I guess I'll do the psychology video tomorrow. Just let me know with a yes emoji or something if that's what you want for tomorrow, and I can deliver. Explain it a little bit more clearer, a bit more detail. And then I'll do a countdown. As said, I hope that the live chat and the stream was in sync with one another and not too delayed, because some people are watching live, some people may be watching on catch up. So what I say now, as in yes or no and reactions, it might not match up with what I'm saying. So I might be a bit too ahead compared to what other people are at. So it gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? But sometimes before I do live streams, I get, well, maybe the psychology stuff, sometimes I get these ideas of good ideas or things to do or say on the spot. But then when I am live, all the ideas end up leaving my head. And then I'm kind of like guessing, thinking, right, what do I do? What do I say? Is there anything else for me to elaborate on as for the guessing the presence of someone who may be watching right now in the background? Any more elaborations, or is that case closed? Actually, I sense the presence of someone that would often say, "I plead the fifth. You'd have to talk to my lawyer." I know there's someone in the background that would say that line. Hmm. Oh, now I'm thinking. I sense the presence of someone that would say, a lot, and that's not me. Do I sense the presence of someone that liked it when I would say, "Ooh, mm?" Yeah, I can imagine a person in the background thinking, "Ref, you're such a nosy person for prodding and asking all these questions and being so specific. Very nosy." Hmm. Anyway, I'm probably gonna do maybe. Oh, you want me to elaborate? Elaborate on being nosy. You like me being nosy. Is that it? I sense the presence of someone that may read a 50 Shades book, but at one point said that they never read it, but they do. Tut tut tut. I sense the presence of someone that wants their Wi-Fi box fixing even when it's not broken to begin with. Oh, why is that? Because of the view? You like it when I reach? Mm, yeah. Oh, I bet you do. I bet you like that Wi-Fi box being refitted, rewired, adjusting it. Are you adjusting your hair right now? Are you twirling it? Is that Sam? Why is the laptop got all so dusty? Can I think of any dates? Hmm. I sense the date of January the 4th, 2025 as important. I sense the date of December the 3rd, 2024 important. What else do I sense as for dates being important? December 23rd, 2024, the live stream that I did in the shed. I sense that there is someone that remembers that live stream very well. I sense the presence of someone that likes tea. Very specific with tea. I sense the presence of someone that likes flakes but creates a bit of a mess when eating them. Anyway, I have no clue if any of that is making any sense or helping whatsoever. It's probably confusing more people than it's doing any good, but there we go. Confusing the mind left, right, and center. Well, I guess I do a countdown now. Any final points, references, anything you want to say? I probably should have thought of a different meaning for certain emojis, but we're limited. Mark likes his tea, looks of it. There we go. Everyone's been too exposed, as in, how does Ref know all this? But yeah, whilst I'm doing the countdown, any final words you would like me to say? Any final points or references? Like the shocked emoji can mean no, don't go just yet, for example. I can just go on a little bit longer, just a little bit, but we'll see. I'll do my countdown and then we'll go from there. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. So that's pretty much me done there. Take care, Key West. But I can hold on a bit more. What time are we on? I probably can stick around for another 5, 10 more minutes. If that's okay. My hair. Oh my God. I know there's one person earlier, Awesome Destroyer, asking a particular question. Give me a minute. I think Destroyer was asking, where do I put my fruit? Where's your bananas? Where's your carrots? Where are your oranges? Where's the strawberries at? It's quite clear. It's right here. It's here. You even talked to me in a video once before when I was doing a true crime or something at one point. Everybody needs a strawberry, part of your 5 a day. So there you go. Awesome Destroyer. So where do I put this now? I can't rest it on the token. It's too big. It's probably going to create all rustling in the speakers, isn't it? What's the dodgiest thing that I could say right now? I see you. I hear you. I'm aware. I know you're there. Is that weird? Is it weird if I was to say, I know who's on the other side of the screen? Let's make it less dodgy. I know who's on the other side of the screen, and I am glad that they're here. There's another thing that I want to say, but it's one of those things where it makes sense in the head, but I don't know how to put it in words in a sense. What's that line? So close yet so far away. As in both things can exist at the same time. But it's one of those concepts of, yeah, that's there, that's in place, that's present, but it's not that simple, is it? Does that make sense? I guess that's how it can apply to the psychology of reconnecting. It's easy to say, oh, there's a good person there. Or it's easy to say that there's a safe space, but there's a but. Mm. It's when I try when I do this talking, like the predicting or the guessing, my voice by default ends up going into like some 50 Shades narration when I should just be talking normal, but I don't know, it's just automatic. It's kind of funny in a way. We got Mike. Welcome, Mike. Right, just put that down there for a second. As for a person in the background, what would be the one thing that a particular person would want but not be able to make clear or point out? I wonder what could be done right now in order to demonstrate, like demonstrate a form of connection without doing much. Okay, some of this might be experimental. I can't, like, do, like, a telepathic message where I could, say something in my head and then the other person would hear it. I don't that is probably impossible. I wonder if I can demonstrate it right now. Oh god. This is where it shows, wow, White Wrath is a fraud. What a load of bollocks. Well, let me try it right now. If I channel, this is a load of BS this, but if I supposedly channel in someone in the background watching, if I send a message that only they could hear within their head, if I send that now, can you hear me? Sent. Do I have that ability? Probably not. Well, I sent it. Oh, wow. Maybe it did work. Interesting. Okay. Let me try send one more. Let's see. Okay, sending now. There we go. Wow. This could actually be working. So this is actually unique. A person can connect anonymously through emojis. Another can connect telepathically. Wow. Mm. These are little examples. If it relates to you or applies to you, or if you experience it at some point, that's the type of experience which could be one in a million, which doesn't happen much at all, but it works with someone. It's like the equivalent of you do exercise or you do a certain routine, it works for someone, it may not work for you. A certain diet, certain food, it may work for someone, it may not work for you. So you've got to try and find, or it may find you a way around for it to work. And it doesn't have to be an inanimate object, it can be another human. I guess another way of testing it, if I was to send a message now asking a particular emoji to be sent in chat, and if it's the same one that I envision in my mind passed on to them, that could be another example. Let me test it right now. Which emoji do I want that said person to send? All right, I'm going to send that message right now. Sent. That's the exact emoji that I wanted. It's working. That's good. And the most important thing about this, completely anonymous, everybody else is wondering what? There might have been a time I tried it in the past and it was like, whoa, what are you doing? Something along the lines of that. Get out my head. But I think there might have been a time. Hmm. It's like with hypnosis. I've tried that. Kind of works, providing a person doesn't get distracted by the forearm muscles when trying to dangle that object in front. Is there anything else that I can say? As for a person watching in the background, is there any more messages you want me to telepathically send to you? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me send one right now. Actually, I have tested it once. Kind of worked. Do you want me to secretly, telepathically send a message, but not just words, but sensation? Like a physical message? Okay, I'll do that now. Right, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna do it now. There we go, sent. Like that. Feel the glow. So this is technically an example of reconnecting, but in an alternative way. Now, arguably speaking, from the looks of it, it worked. That what I had in my mind, the correct emoji showed up. Of all the emojis that could have showed up, the one that I wanted. So with that being in mind, in general, but technically speaking, that would mean that with whom I've connected with, it's both ways, or at least the receiving part is made clear. The extension from their point of view is in an alternative way, but it works. Different types of communication, but still finding a way through to communicate. What else does that prove or show? Well, as for a personal observation towards a said person, to receive messages, to receive a physical message, to receive the certain sensations for a particular person in the background, what does it actually do? It means the person is open-minded, open to it, which is actually very important when at a time where everything feels impossible, for how long it's been. If you can connect here as a fact, there's still that hope. Is there any other physical messages I could send or any final words? It'd be funny if all along Harry Thompson in the background saying, "Stop, Raph, stop twirling my hair. What are you doing? Stop pulling it." I mean, joking. That'd be funny, that. Mixed up of identities. No, 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 no. I'm tuning in with my frequency. Maybe I can connect because maybe who I'm connecting with is an Aquarius, and that's why. Mm. Ooh. Agreeing, yes. Mhm. I sense the reason why I can connect with a particular person is because they're very innocent, and me, well, some people say I'm a cheeky monkey. What else can I think of? Well, to that person in the background, I've got some good news. I've not had any garlic bread tonight, so you're safe. I know. How about I send a certain sensory message if I was to breathe upon your neck? Specifically, I'm not sending this to a male, just so you know. No, 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 no. But do you want me to breathe upon your neck? Mm, don't worry, I won't bite unless that's what you want. Uh-oh. Elaborate. Oh, you want me to elaborate what I would do? If I was to elaborate, I would have to send you a secret message, wouldn't I? We can't have YouTube getting all sensitive all of a sudden. Okay, I'll send one message right now. I hope you're listening. You just grip that tablet, that phone of yours very tight, okay? We don't want it falling on the floor again, do we? No, no, no. Okay. Okay. I'll send that message right your way. I hope you're ready. Right, here we go. There we go. I sent that one. I can imagine you felt that. Probably looks silly when my eyes are closed because I can't actually see what I'm doing, as in body language. Okay, and I'll try one last one. One last one. Just bear with me with this. This is just non-physical message. Okay, let's see. Starting now. There we go, sent. I'll just add one other little detail as well. There we go, sent. Okay. Interesting. I don't think there's really anything else. Oh shit, the timer just checked. Right, I'll probably have to do the countdown now. Time has gone on a bit. So, just let me know if you're interested in the psychology video for tomorrow. Yeah, it's actually really late now. I just checked. Oops. I'm going to do the countdown now, and then I'll have to go because it is very, very late. Okay. But but as for everyone else watching, much appreciated for those who have watched and stuck around. Take care. And as for you, yes, you in the background, I might be ending the live stream, but I'm not leaving your head. Not for that to be taken out of context for anyone watching in the background thinking, what the hell's going on there? Okay. So when this live ends, metaphorically, I'm not going anywhere. Unless you like, get out of my head, get away. Weird noise. Anyway, so 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there we go. But yeah, just to be clear, if you want me to disconnect, as in you want me to disconnect, I can with the shocked emoji. If you want me to stay connected, I will if you use the smile emoji, whichever one works best. As said, little methods here and there, also little ways of demonstrating. Oh my God, why do I apologies about this. My mind goes so blank all of a second. You know, like when I say this or that and vote, and then I forget which one meant vote yes and vote no. Oh my God. My short-term memory is shocking, isn't it? Okay, right. Let me say it one more time. I don't know if I've rephrased it or not, but let me just reword it one more time so I don't mess this up again. If you want me to disconnect from your mind, as in that particular person I was sending the messages to before, if you want me to disconnect, use the 100 emoji. If you want me to stay connected, use the heart. Stay connected heart, disconnect 100. Okay. I'll disconnect right now. I said this is about trust. I'm going to disconnect right now, okay? So you can sleep, you can rest. I'm disconnecting right now. Exiting through the optics, leaving the brain, drifting away. There we go. So we'll leave it there now. Hopefully people enjoyed the video, and hopefully that little connection thing was okay. One step at a time. It's important, one step at a time. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks for watching. Take care. I'll end the live right now. Okay.